I was muted that whole time. Hey, how y'all doing, folks? Welcome to the Vice and all of the fun and excitement that it entails. Let me mute this so I'm not talking at my players while I'm trying to talk to you guys. Let's see if we are coming on live. I claim we are. And get my countdown started. We'll be starting in about 14 minutes. And yeah. So welcome. We have a lot of fun stuff scheduled for the session today. Not a lot of combat. We're still sort of in a narrative place story-wise. Back at our level up, golly, I guess that's 2 episodes now. A lot of our players got lots of individual information about sort of their mission or destiny in this world, but haven't had a lot of time to share it. So we left last time with some of that beginning to happen. I think we'll be seeing a lot more of that this time, sort of depending on what the players do and the choices that they make. And yeah, so it should be interesting because there's going to be a lot of, planning for what the future may or may not hold and the paths that they may or may not take. So that's going to be fun to sort of see how they all decide to work through some of that. Also have some new, even more NPCs. They met quite a few last time because they have arrived finally at Sojourn's Crossing, which is sort of the path that they've been... destination they've been heading for. And yeah, so we shall see. Hope everyone's doing okay out there. Any folks who might be joining us and lurking in. Doesn't look like we got... Hey, there's Skagath out there, though. Has joined in. Good to see you, man. And so there you go. We shall see. What all... I got something right. Don't know what I got right, but... I don't think he can hear me. So, anyway, just trying to get things set up here. It's a little bit chilly here. Gosh, all over the United States, it has been a chilly week. I'm not used to that in Florida. I've had to get a jumper to put on. Hey, Wrath is out there. How you doing, man? Your NPC actually has a cameo in this episode. Wrath is an awesome friend and streamer out there who, hey, big friendly green ginger giant, good to see you, who sort of gave me my first shot at streaming and DMing, and in fact played in a one-shot based off of this campaign and in this campaign world, and it actually does tie into the story and the campaign that we have going on now. So his NPC, his character that he played and the story that they played is going to be dovetailing into our story today. So thanks for dropping in, Wrath. Do appreciate it, and always awesome to have you hanging out with us. Big friendly ginger giant, who is one of our regulars now, I guess we can say. Always good to have you here as well. Drinking some beers and having some cheese, dude. You rock in my book. I'm having some Earl Grey because, like I said, it's a little chilly here in Florida. I'm not used to having, cold weather to deal with. Florida cold. It's 60s. 68, which to me is cold. Like wearing a jumper cold. But, wow, beer and cheese. That sounds good. I'm actually having sushi tonight. Cannot wait after the session. I've got a friend in town. And, yeah, we are hitting our favorite sushi place tonight, so that is going to be my evening. I can't wait. And yeah, so that's kind of what's going on here. Other folks are lurking in. You are a regular, man. You are totally the man, the myth, the legend. Big friendly ginger giant. I know. Is that ooh sushi yum or ooh sushi yuck? I know sushi is some people love it, some people hate it. I happen to be a big fan because it is protein and yumminess all mixed up as one. So that always makes me happy. happiness in my belly with sushi. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've got like some of my favorite rolls, and I haven't been to this restaurant because it's a little bit on the expensive side, but it's worth it. Friends in town, get some Kirin. I love some Kirin. Sapporo too. I lived in Japan for about 18 months back in 2000, and man, like the best time of my life. Especially since my company I work for was paying for it. You know, it's always nice when you get a free trip to Japan or free 18 months in Japan. Pretty much all expenses is paid. Bonus. Corporate jobs, they do have their perks every once in a while. But, then I have to, I've been pushing paper and pencils for the last 20 years to pay for it. So, it was still good. My countdown stopped. What happened there? Where's the old Schnazaroony? Why did it stop? We're going to have to jump that ahead. We got about 8 minutes left. We'll call it 7. Yeah, we'll call it 8. There. That's a little better. Yeah, no, I've been very blessed in my career. I totally admit it, and it has been a great experience, and they've done a lot of stuff for me. So, and in fact, I've been able to work for them for 20 years. Lets me, do what I'm doing now, run this for charity, and not have to. U-beer from Singa, not familiar with it. So, is it a dark beer, a light beer, a lager, a IPA? What's the flavor to U-beer, Mr. Giant? Ginger beer? Sorry, had to do it. Had to be done. Had to be done, I say. Let's see if our players have gathered. Looks like we still got one missing, but they should be getting here soon because she is always on time before all's said and done. We actually are down one player today. Cilia, Tree-Hugging Druid, is not feeling well, a bit under the weather. So we'll be, I'll either be playing her or actually one of my players might be picking them up and sort of Jaeger piloting them. So we'll see how that goes. Shouldn't be a problem. Is it a ginger beer? Or are you that's you're sticking your tongue out at me. I'm terrible with all the emote stuff. Blogger? Nice. Oh. Anyway, let's see if anyone else has lurked in. Kind of quiet today. I know there's a couple of big charity 24-hour and 12-hour streams going on this weekend. Also, I know, of course, I'm up against March Madness, so we shall see how many people we got. But hey, while it's always nice to share our stories with others, and I've been amazed, a lot of people have actually been watching the video on demand over on YouTube. I mean, I was expecting all of them would be zeroed out, but a lot of them have a couple views on them. So people actually are watching our story, which I love. I think that's very cool. So, as always, I'd like to give a shout out to Lloyd, who does our art, and has done amazing job for us on the character art, which you see up on the screen. I should put in his. Lloyd Hoshida, who is great. We love him. So if you need any type of artwork done, certainly character art, I mean, we're ecstatic with what he's done for us. Hey, there's Good Guy Pie. Oh, let's see if Alicia has been able to join us yet. Alicia, you there yet? Nope. She's on the same time as us, so hopefully... Actually, did she say she was going to be a little bit late today? I cannot recall if she said she was going to be a little bit late today. She might have told me that, and that would make sense. Let me go back and double check. I believe she did say that, now that I'm starting to think about it. No, that was for next week. Huh. Let me see. Today, the day you were going to be late. Golly. Well, coffee chat is at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So, let's see, 24 minus 8. So 20 hours from now is when coffee chat happens. So, we shall see. And we might give Alicia just a little bit more time, just in case. That way I don't have so much camera work to do when we swap over. But, hey, Sprocketeer, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Thanks for joining in. Always appreciate having our... there she is. Hey, Looky DK. And Eniami 302, welcome. Always good to have you guys here. Even if you're just lurking like a gherkin there in the background. I see you. I see all. Anyway, we'll be switching over in about 3 minutes. About 3 minutes we'll be swapping over cast, just letting you know. And we will get this game on the road. There she is. I see her now. And so yeah, no, actually I might go ahead and swap us over. And put my earphone in, see if they are settled. Oh, no, I still got TuneArth getting in place. And then we'll swap over and I'll get the cameras going and we will be set to get this party on the road. Anyway. They're getting themselves settled in. But anyway, so yeah. Dungeons and Coffee tomorrow morning. It's actually going to be a little bit of a short session. Like I said, I've got a friend in here in town who recently moved from the UK, was working in Paris, and now working in Miami, and was able to come up and join me for the weekend. So we're going shopping tomorrow because she's setting up an apartment. So that will be fun. And about a minute out, guys. Just if y'all are getting ready. And I'm going to go ahead and get us swapped over, and we can do cast introductions, and let's get this game and this show on the road, folks. Let me shut down my video capture here, and jump us over to there. Here we go, guys. And here's the whole gang. And of course, you can't see any of them because my cameras are still set up for 7. So I am going to let them do introductions as I slowly bring them up on screen. So as we do this, I will start with, let's see if I can find Iska, and we'll start there. Let me get Bird his character is Iska on the actually on the screen, and then let him do his introduction of who he is, where you can find him on the interwebs, and a little bit about his character Iska. So you are now actually visible. So go for it.
Hey, what's up, chat? I'm here. I am Bird vs. Plane. I'm Derek. I am a podcast runner. I run a couple podcasts. I Twitch on stream occasionally, and I do this every weekend. And I am playing Iska Tull, the half-elf bard, who, as we last left off, she told her story of how she met this party and what had happened prior to meeting Luck one chance day. And that was fun. It was a very story-heavy episode that I really enjoyed, and I'm looking forward to hearing more stories today. So let's hear someone else's.
We'll move down to Templar Warden, because I actually have him on the screen. And you need to unmute.
Found the mute button before I started talking this time. I am Templar Warden. I am tired. Yes. And I am playing headed by Axel, the very excitable, very energetic Tabaxi wizard. And I think he's ready to share his story. He was ready to share the story since the whole thing began. But at that point in time, I was a bit tired. And I am still tired, but I will actually be role-playing this time instead of sitting back and taking it all in.
Cool. Let's go ahead and go to Tunarth, because I've got him on the screen.
I am Tunarth. I'm playing Kel, the Wood Elf Druid. I don't do a whole lot other than this and Dungeons and Coffees at O'Dark 100 on Sunday mornings. So if you enjoy watching this, come hang out tomorrow morning where we discuss and unwind and dissect and speculate and I'm running out of verbs. So somebody else go ahead.
And so last but not least, let's go to Alicia.
Hi, I am NNG98 on Twitter and NNG9 on Twitch. I like to random tweet things like Critical Role or Samurai Jack. New episode tonight, only Tsunami. I occasionally stream stuff into today. For real, I'm gonna start streaming Horizon Zero Dawn blind playthrough. I haven't looked up anything. So that'll be shortly after the stream's over. I am also our resident pun master. So be sure to stay tuned for Pun of the Week later this session.
We all await with our groans ready.
My art isn't appreciated.
Yeah. And as I said, Celia will not be joining us today. She is feeling a little bit under the weather. Probably I might have Luna do we're not going to be major combat or Jaegering that needs to happen, but certainly Celia would be involved in our events of the day. So I will, as her sister, basically in game. I think having you give us her take on some of this would be great. So with that, I'll do a. Did I miss?
Are you missing? Are you sure you're not missing anyone?
Oh no, I got everyone. Everyone is taking. I got everyone. All the important people.
We forgot the puppy. We forgot the puppy.
Oh right. There's a dog.
There's a dog called Grain. And now we can get started.
Little Marley.
Yeah, who is not known as Marley. Yeah. Terrible person. You are a terrible person. But no, so Good Guy Pie. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
First of all, I refer to this.
Your lack of faith disturbing, yes.
First of all, for that. Second of all, I'm Good Guy Pie. You can find me here on Twitch from time to time, Twitter, playing the Vice on Saturdays, on the Coffee Chat on Sundays. And of course, I will be playing the residential Blood Hunter Miner Rock Master Extraordinaire, Luck Goldheart. There we go. And he's in town. He's ready to tell some stories. And has he got many?
So, we will pick up where we left off last time. The party, after arriving in Sojourn's Crossing, met quite a few of their residents, one of them being Sky, who is a child of the Lost, an heir child of the Lost, which is how we refer to Genasi in our world. They are a new race on this plane in this continent, and having just appeared about 30 years ago, being born to pretty much every other race, and whether that was human, elf, gnome, dwarf, whatever, still had all of the standard Genasi traits. So it has caused some people some consternation. There is quite a bit of mystery around them, suspicion as well. In many places, they are discriminated against. There's something known as the Church of the Temple of Purity, which actually, hey, thanks, Anonymous. Take my money, take it all, dirty, sexy Okay, hi, Wrath. Good to see you. What is it? Dirty, sexy, muscle-bound, several something. I can't take it anymore. I love you all. So yes, Wrath, good to see you. And his NPC will be making an appearance, because we are actually one of the previous. We've got stuff that's happening and things that's going to happen. So totally called you out, Wrath. But anyway, so which was interesting, especially for Luna, to see a Child of the Lost living openly and unafraid within this town. We also met Marge and Harold, who run the magic shop, which was quite an experience for our NPCs. Kel had separated from the party for a little bit and had an experience, and then we've got us all gathered back together at Terrence's tea table up on the terrace of Terrence's tea table. Yes, I did that on purpose, which overlooks us on the north side of the town, overlooking the Dragon Gust Plains. As the sun is setting, one of the interesting features about Sky and part of her acceptance into the town, beyond her parents, who were very accepting and loving of her, is the fact that her hair, as an air genasi, actually predicts the weather about 3 days in advance and changes with the sky. So as the sky itself is turning from blue to orange and red as the sun goes down, so does Sky's hair. We had just heard, actually the party for the first time, really hearing some of Iska's story about her time, about her mother falling ill and basically contracting herself out, sort of indentured servitude, to a caravan, which began to sort of wear on her. And with her attention span, found herself separated from the caravan and then bumping into this group and leaving her contract behind, which in turn brought... the caravan master sent some hounds after her, which the party had to deal with in a very frightening way over the last couple of episodes. Hey, Amiyami! And so we just learned about that. Luna told us a bit about her upbringing and her life. And then after it seemed to be a little bit of a downer, basically reassured everyone that nope, she's okay, by throwing a water balloon, or her version of a water balloon, a water bubble, into Luck's face. We have Kel, Axel, and Celia are all there, and Axel, who has been quiet for a little while, seemed, I'll go by your intro that you seem to be ready to jump in, and so we've just seen a water balloon explode over top of Luck's head. And we'll tune in with our cast as they sit watching the sunset with their new friend Sky in a new, probably the safest they've felt in quite some time, town of Sojourn's Crossing. Crossing. Sojourn's Crossing.
You landed saying crossing.
So, let's close this window first. Right. So we're sort of here, and the sun is coming down, and Sky's hair has changed with the actual Sky, and it's got Axel interested. He's like, I don't know, because he got permission before, so he goes and goes to play with her hair again, as it sort of darkens with the sunset. But he's half doing that and then half watching the view. And as he's doing that, like at the side, you just give a cat something to play with, bat at it, and he's like, sometimes me and Grom, we used to watch the sunset. It was really nice, but I had to take him up the tower because he didn't have the spells to get there, and then
Who's Grom? Sky asks.
Grom, he had a name. I forgot now. Grom taught me. Well, when I was small, when I was a baby, bandits killed my family, and it was just me, and I was left there alone, and it was just me. And then Grom found me because they were meant to be selling something to Grom, and then Grom didn't get the thing, and he came looking for them, and he found me, and everyone was dead, and it was just me. And so he took me in. Grom took care of me. He taught me how to use magic. So all this I can do is because he taught me, except for that. Yeah, but he taught me, and I mean, he was really grumpy. But it was fun. He was more grumpy than Luck and Kel.
What do you mean by that one?
He grins at the both of them.
Kel looks a little perplexed. But doesn't say anything, and then
I'm never grumpy.
Kind of get a distant look on his face, and kind of.
So you said about you watched the sunsets from the top of your tower?
Yeah, because he had this tower. It was a little tower, because it was in the forest, and it was just like a little bit above the forest, so you could get up to the top and you could look, and well, it wasn't very big, but it was home. It was really, really nice, and it was really, really difficult because Grom, I remember now, Whitehammer. He never said it, but he had told me before. But it was never important to me or him. But yeah, and we used, he had no legs, or no legs below the knee, so we had to like. I had to help take him around, and I had to take him up to the top of the tower, and I was a lot smaller, so it was not easy. But he had the spell where he could cast a spell, and there was this green, he makes this big image, probably something big round image. It was a green thingy, and he could sit on that, and I could push that around. He didn't like it, but it was okay because we went up to the top of the tower and we were together. It was wonderful, and so we used to do that, and then I got a bit of trouble, lots of trouble. He giggles, but I wanted to leave because I could wander off for a couple of days, and he would get grumpy at me, and I could see things, but I never saw enough, and I've seen like everything I could see, and I couldn't go too far because I had to get back. I had to take care of Grom, and Grom, I didn't want to upset Grom, even though I did all the time, but he's like my dad, and so. Yeah, I wanted to get out. I wanted to travel, and so he got this ready. He got you saw the hammock. He gave me the hammock. I would have forgotten that. He gave me the noodles. I would have forgotten the noodles. So I really should have some of that. And he took care of me, and he got me ready. And he took to this. You remember the sort of glances around. Yeah, I remember when we were at the fort, the pools, and there was Lixer who turned into a person, and that person was from the Eternal Keepers, and he contacted them, or he contacted his friend who contacted them, and they said that I was going to be tested, and so that's what I'm doing now. I was going out to get explore the world, and then get tested, and then get part of them, and then I can look at what they've got, and I could find things for them, and I could go around the world. I could find magic, I could find all these artifacts, all these things, and I was like, I wanted to get out and see the world. And then I met Luna. I remember you because I had never seen anything like you before, anyone like you before, and I got really close, and you didn't like it, and then we walked together. We went to the vault, yeah, because I had the map. Grom had given me the map, and all that was on the map was the vault. and then so we went there, and then we met Luck, and then we met Etska, and then we met Kel, and then there was the monster that we killed, and then we went inside, and then they were all together since then, and you know, and so yeah, that's me.
I expected nothing less. Gonna be honest.
Breathe.
Breathe. You're looking a little out of breath.
Oh, I'm fine. And he gives Luck a hug.
Nah. It's just a big cat, really.
He is a big cat.
So I know Luck just because you've often told stories. You know, I'd say they probably know the most about you of anyone of just sort of, you know, about faith and other stuff. But if you've got other things to share, you know, you've told the story of your wedding ring and some of those other ones. Don't know if you've got other stuff to share, whether you're pretty much Huh?
Do I have other stuff to share? Wow, let me tell you. Oh, I guess if we're sharing and everything. Where should I start? Should I start from the beginning?
Celia goes, no. I'll play Celia. Yeah, Celia's like, no.
Yes.
Aww.
I want to hear the beginning.
I mean, she smiles after she says it, but
Yeah. Okay. So it all started 40-ish years ago. I don't keep count. When I was born to a one. Hold on. What did I have my father's name as? Pick Goldheart.
right.
Quite fitting. Pick Goldheart. I never found out my mother's name. She died at birth, unfortunately. But my father was a caring man. He put everything he could into his work to provide for me. We never had much, really. We had our little shack. He had his tools. That was about it, really. You know, he would go out and work in the mines all day, and I would spend time around in the village. It's been quite some time since I fought those days. There was so many people I hung around with, and they're all grown up as well. Probably some of them are mostly my age now as well. But anyway, I made my friends. This is a bit embarrassing, but I don't know how to read or write properly. I've never learned, really. I know the basics, but it's a little bit of an embarrassing secret I hold. It's why I struggled finding the inn. I couldn't read the characters correctly. He sort of, scratches his head a little there. He's not exactly looking too proud of that as he says that. But anyway, so I spent time with the I guess I call them my own family. Everyone in that village is my family. They all had their own things. I guess some would say I was the leader of the group back then. Always leading the expedition into the mountains, and then all of us getting told off at the same time. Oops. But that was mainly because there's always interesting animals out there, and I'll get to those in a second. That's a very important one too. But as I just spent time with everyone. Eventually, I became old enough to go down into the mines myself. That's when I truly came to understand the hardships of my village. We get by just fine, but the amount of days we can spend down in those mines can be tiring. Going at it one by one, it varies from how I feel about it. But it was never bad. There was always well, hope for us to, well, we'll always come out. But during those times, I came across a woman, not about in my, like you can see him physically working out years in his head. 30, sometime between teen and 20. Between that time, I came across this woman, the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Her eyes glistened in the sun and reflected like the night sky. Her hair was, well, golden and almost perfect in every way. But she was the one person who left me speechless whenever she approached me. Her name was Faith, and well, I spent time with her. I learned how to romance, as it was, from my own father. He gave me the best advice. Never. Your family always comes first, and those you love, always put them above yourself, no matter what situation. And that is what I did. I can't remember all the details now, but we would laugh, we would sing, we would just sneak off into the forest at night, get told off in the morning. The usual. But there was one day when she fell ill, and well, I was in the mine, but I dropped all my work as soon as word came my way, and I don't think I ran. I don't think I ever rested for a second. And would you believe it? She only had a cold. She told me I overreacted and told me off for, well, not for stopping my mining. Oops. But later down the years, we came to decide that it was time to make it official, and she became my wife. It was a special moment. The whole village was invited. Not everyone could make it. There was that one girl, Omen, I believe. She never came. She's a strange one. I've not talked to her. She's the only one who seems to not even want to talk to me in that village. She's not exactly the most talkative girl. Ooh. But anyway, continuing on, we got married. I gave her the ring that I told you the story about already, the beautiful sapphire that reminded me of her eyes so much. But it wasn't soon after until we had our first child, who was Strength. And his name represents what he is to this day, spitting image of. He is as strong as an ox, that boy. I can promise you that. If you think I'm strong, just wait until you see my son. He is like just built like a brick house, as they say, or stone house, or however the saying goes. After which, well, we were raising him for a while, and then my brother wished to become the protector of the village, and you sort of see, look, he skims over the details here. He's very sort of leaving out a lot of bits. And well, I stuck his place, and I became the protector instead, risking my life, and instead of my brother. The details of in-betweens aren't too important.
Why were you risking your life just becoming the protector?
You sort of see him, he's hesitant. The trials are said to become the protector are said to be dangerous and ridden with chances of being consumed, as they say.
If you are with us now, who protect your village?
Whoever succeeds me. As soon as he says that, he just. But anyway, I don't know who that is. I left. My time did come. 10 years, and I left. But that's in the past anyway. Back to the story. Because I need to tell you about. He's very all over the place now. He's a bit shaken from after those questions being asked. But anyway, there was. He takes a second to regain himself. Anyway, the story. My other son. Oh.
Like, does Luna have any? You know, does she get any kind of way for about how evasive he's being about this, or
Very evasive.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's obviously kind of, it's something he doesn't want to talk about, and actually, because the time, we're right there on the cusp as the sun's going down, so I'll as you're telling your story and as this is happening, the sun had pretty much dips completely below the horizon right about the time where you're talking about the trial and who your successor is. And Luck, it's weird. You know, for the last week, you have been phenomenally concerned about Axel. And as the sun, the last little sliver dips below the horizon, that irrational compulsion seems to disappear as well.
Yeah. Yes, the successor. I wouldn't know who the successor is at all. You hardly have contact out of the village once you leave. It's for the safety of everyone.
why does the protector leaving
It's
make
tradition.
the village safer?
It's tradition, really. No one knows. Well, it's said that after 10 years, the protector could be dangerous to the village, and no one. It's kind of been lost to time. I'm not 100% sure, but it's how our traditions go, and I stick by it.
Are you a danger to us?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, he's not done anything. Yeah, no, it's Luck. Yeah, it's Luck. I mean, he's not got it. He could.
Then I
No, he's not going to hurt us.
understand. Your experience would make you a valuable addition to protection. If you are not a danger to us, why would they make themselves more vulnerable by sending you away?
I'm an old man with the old village, but I don't have all the answers to our traditions. Some things just disappear to time.
Rightly or wrongly, I know that tradition can be a powerful force.
So sort of awkward silence falls over the group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about that. There's something I could have told you, but I kind of forgot. I got carried away. And he sort of looks around and looks to the sky and like, do people like listen here?
Sky goes,
It's like, yeah. is it private sort of thing?
I mean, you look around and it's outdoors. There's pretty much actually Cilia takes a quick look. I don't have her sheet up, but we'll say she's good. I mean, she's a rogue. She looks around and truly there is not a whole lot of places to hide up here. Kind of good white noise because, as always, the wind is blowing across. There's for ambiance, Terrence has a few wind chimes and things up here, and she actually says, other than the little hut, the little warming hut, which again is just, there is no place for someone to hide, and she pretty much says, if you keep your voice down, we should be. Shouldn't be overheard. I can't, unless by magical means.
Okay. Well, so when we went into the cloak and the cloak and fireball, yeah, that was it. We went in there, and Agatha talked to me, and she told me that she knew my mother, and I never knew my mother because I was small. I knew my name and I knew my mother's name, but I was small, and so I don't really remember. But she knew my mother, and she said my mother was. It drops down, and she was looking for secrets that got her and the caravan killed, and so yeah, and she said apparently, apparently she knows about my family, and she's saying that they were looking, my mum and my dad, they were looking for secrets, and they were finding these secrets, and then somebody was trying to stop them because secrets like being kept secret, and so, and then they're talking about that if I want to find out these secrets, I need to go look for what are they called? the Arcana Mystica. The Arcana Mystica, and the people in charge were going to the elf's place, the one with the fancy pants. I can't remember his name, but they said they were going there, and if I wanted to find out, I would have to sneak in because they were going to do something, maybe doing something bad. I can't remember, and it wasn't a
Florian?
lot. Yeah, that's the one. But she knows about my family and all these things, and apparently the secrets, and the runes that I've been doing, the runes that I've been doing. Apparently that was part of it, or something really powerful, and you can't talk about it. Not allowed to talk about it, and apparently, you think he like cuts off like halfway through the sentence, stops for a moment. He thinks about them not. He's like, one moment, and then he thinks about them not being. Do I look? Yeah, and he thinks about them not being able to see through this illusion that he. For like a moment, he doesn't want them to see his true self, so he's wondering if that will change.
That would change it. That would absolutely change it.
Yeah.
So his face, while it doesn't completely change, it's almost like, I guess it's probably like the equivalent of someone who's good at makeup effects. It's a minor sort of glamour. So it looks like his cheekbones are a little bit higher, his eyes are a little bit more open, his mouth is a little bit of a different shape, his ears are positioned a little bit differently, his fur lays a little bit, the patterning of his fur is just a little bit different. So it's not like oh my God, there's a different person there, but it is,
subtle changes.
But enough that he would be unrecognizable. Again, it's so that he doesn't look just like his mother. So it's sort of like that two away type idea. It's so that people don't make those connections that he is his mother's son. And so you see that right in front of you. His face changes.
Yeah. Just like the reaction. And then he switches it back so they can, and that's what Agatha did, because apparently I look like too much like my mother, and that would get us in trouble. So yeah, apparently there are bad things happening.
Interestingly enough, Sky doesn't see any change because you had not necessarily did anything to to let Sky see through it. So she's kind of like, "What are you talking about?"
Well, no, if she was there, I would have probably he was thinking about the people who were there.
No, because I'm saying she never has seen your true face.
All right.
That you basically had all of your friends, all the people that you've known,
All right. Yeah.
sort of automatically were there, but you've only known Sky for half a day.
All right. Yeah, because he was activated. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say that she doesn't notice any kind of a change.
Well, he's like, he looks to Sky and like, well, I think it's good that you don't, because I guess it was making it sound like this was bad thing. So I don't want bad things to happen to you. Is that okay?
I understand.
Sky. Yeah. So
Well, I mean, especially being Genasi and knowing that lots of Genasi wear full-blown illusions, she's like, whatever.
So there's this and bad things, and I don't know what to do, but she knows about my family, and this has got something to do with my family. And he sort of gets out the room book, and this has something to do with my family, and this has got all these secrets and all these things, and she doesn't want me to tell people about this either. But I trust you guys. But if he has been talking quietly. Occasionally, his voice would rise with his excitement, but he'll like clamp it back down every now and then. So he's kept us in the conversation area, not much louder than normal than that. But it's like all these secrets, and I don't know, and then there's eternal creepers, and there's all these things I want to do, and I want to help Iska. Yeah.
Oh.
So yes, there was that. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
The Arcana Mystica is the entire reason Ba-Ti was coming here. The one who made the hounds was coming to speak with them. And coming to speak with Florian, and Florian is hosting them in a couple days' time.
Who are these people?
I don't know.
Sky sort of chimed in. She goes, and actually, no, it doesn't, Sky. Actually, Celia chimes in, because Celia first thing goes, sometimes secrets are good. Sometimes, and she sort of looks at Lux, sometimes secrets are important. And she looks at Axel as well. Secrets are tricky things. I mean, and she goes, you all know what I had to do and the secret I carry. For you, her hair's still down. She hasn't put her braid back up. I mean, the fact that she's somewhat sitting here in disguise. But she goes, and she sort of looks at Loon. She goes, I had to leave where I was raised in my late teens. And where I ended up was in Balathira. It's beautiful. The city of fountains. But it is where the Arcana Mystica rules. They are the keepers of arcane magic. The cathedrals of magic are all housed there, along with... It's the capital of the High Elves on this side of the continent. And they are all about everything. Magic, knowledge, controlling it, owning it, using it, distributing it as well. The Arcana Mystica was the people who were behind the teleportation network that after it went down. They're the people who controlled it. My group, and she sort of looks at you guys, understanding who you're saying, what she's talking about, would sometimes have business with the Arcana Mystica, and other people came to us with business for the Arcana Mystica. And with that, she just sort of, she sips her tea. Kermit. Yeah.
That's none of my business.
So, and Sky just sort of nods. She goes, "That's about all I know too. Florian is their member here in Sojourn's Crossing. He make sure their shipments all pass through, and helps them buy things and direct them to where they need them to go.
But you said you've worked with them in the past. So do they just go to the highest bidder? The best deal for them at the time? Or is there something else that guides them?
Magic. They are guided by magic. They are guided by knowledge, new knowledge, controlling knowledge. They believe they're the only ones who have the wisdom and intelligence for the higher levels of magic in the world, that they could be misused, which we've seen sometimes. That they are a stopgap between powerful magics falling into the wrong hands.
But if they're not letting people use magic, then they never know. And if they never know, then that's really dumb. Because, well, I mean, it's really bad when the bad people get the things. But if no one gets the things, then that's just as bad. That's mean.
Well, it's not that no one gets them. It's that they have rigor around who gets them. Now.
He's thoughtful cat.
Yeah.
Silence.
Yes, everyone sort of sips their tea as this all sort of percolates through.
Okay.
Percolates.
Percolates. Yeah,
So-
see how I did that?
So important magic people held on by important magic person here. Big magic gathering that Iska needs to get into.
But the thing is, if Iska gets into it, because isn't you said that the man who sent the dogs after you is going to be there, so he would see you and might need to be, because you don't want him recognizing you, right?
Bati was turned away. Bati is with Barrios still, with the caravan, as far as I know.
Oh.
So this might be the one place he isn't going to be.
Well, because Agatha said that Florian would like the woman, and looks at Celia, Luna, and Iska. The woman and the high elves, high elf. Yeah, and yeah. So he says if we want to be them, if you want him to be nicer, then you need to be doing the talking. But yeah, I don't. Why does that work?
We'll tell you when you're
Who wants to explain this to
older.
Axel?
No, you're getting the wrong point.
Well, you see, Axel, when you're older.
I'm 23, 24.
When you're older.
Wait, are you talking about the sex talk? I've had that. Don't worry about that. No, I was wondering why it's the elves.
Kel full out laughs at that.
Some people have preferences.
Okay. So he just okay. Okay. But if we have the elves talk to him, then he's more likely he likes the elves. So that he would be nice to the elves. Okay, but we could. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And
Kel is
I'd
still
say Sky
chuckling
at
a
this
little.
point sort of chimes in, just Florian's kind of a prick. He and she's just like flat out. She's like,
So we've heard.
he's a high elf. He's from an old high elf family.
Well,
So he likes
look
he
is
likes
physically confused.
he likes pure elves. He's of that, his family's of that thing. Not necessarily just high elves. And she sort of looks at Kel. She goes, but pure elf blood is kind of thing. And then he's kind of let's just say this: when he looks at me, he's not just looking at my hair. He's kind of creepy.
I am physically confused now. It's just physical confusion on his face. Huh?
Yeah. So, and she just kind of is like, you know, he always, he doesn't do anything before figuring out what's in it for him. Let's just put it that way. And, yeah, I mean, I guess he's throwing a party or something that's coming up, but I don't know what it's all about. It's been the talk of the town because it's a whole thing. It's the Balathirian contingent and the Arcane Mystica, and they make a big show. There's like a parade from the Balathir compound to his house to then have a big dinner.
How bad can a man be if he puts on a party?
I'll tell you when you're older.
I'm probably older than you, Missy.
I don't think that's the point. It's a joke. It's a joke, Clark.
Oh, it's a joke. Oh, I'm so.
And it's good.
I'm going to ask Sky. So when you say pure blood elf, he really means pure blood high elf, doesn't he?
Oh no, he's he has some of the wood elves as well. Who he it's not so much your culture or your upbringing. It's about that. And she doesn't want to be like offensive, but that, you're not another race or a half elf. And she kind of looks at Iskin's like, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I've kind of had my fill of this whole purity talk recently.
I'm just scratching my head. I'm very confused again at this whole purity idea. I've never come across something like this, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's the idea that some people would be, this is a different sort of, it's different sort of than the Church of Purity. It's just sort of the, high culture and elven culture being as ancient as it is, and that, he's an old money type of guy.
Yeah, actually, that's a question.
He's not racist. He's just an asshole.
Like I said, he's a prick.
Yeah, yeah, I don't think Axel would know this because of the way he's been acting. He's not really familiar with this sort of thing. But would there be a similarity in dwarves that he might have misheard? Missed
absolutely, yeah. Dwarves have, even just from your time sitting with Tohir, of him reciting down the genealogies of dwarves. The Dwarven culture again is there are higher families and lower families within Dwarven culture. Some of the I think when you're very long lived, unfortunately you have people who like to have a way to separate themselves from the masses, and he's so yeah, you actually probably with the dwarf, just from being around Grom and maybe some of his friends, and things like that. I mean, I think you probably maybe would get this.
Grom has friends.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so he's slightly more aware of this than I was putting him out to be, but he still goes over his head most of the time. When Grom's friends come over, he gets stuck into the top of the room somewhere.
Yeah, well, you don't know. I mean, there's probably times when it's a big deal, and there's probably times when it's not. I mean, again, Grom probably didn't have a whole lot of visitors, but there probably were some where he was just like, or, maybe even had to sort of have the talk with you about, to understand that these people might not be as friendly towards the idea of, or think you his servant instead of his son.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Okay.
So, why? So he puts himself above others because he is.
Oh, for every reason he can, really. That he's from an old family, that he's a member of the Arcana Mystica, that he's a high elf. He's a
How tall is he?
Uh,
And he's like looking at
he's
Luck.
pretty tall.
Is he taller than Luck and Kel and?
I'm
Actually,
know
Luck's
how
not
tall
as
they
tall as we. I totally had tall.
No.
Luck pictured
How tall
taller.
are Kel and Luck?
Luke is
though? 'Cause-
5'7".
Yeah,
Okay.
actually, Luna's the tallest person in the party. Believe
All
it
right.
or not,
Mm.
at 5'10".
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, Axel.
I thought
Kelly
Kel's
Axel is taller than
5'11",
Luck.
or
Yeah, Luke is not as tall as everyone thinks he is.
He's just
I forget how
big
tall Kel
presence.
is.
He's just muscular.
You're muted, Danny, if you're answering.
Yeah, no, Kel's actually also only 5'7".
Yeah.
What else
Okay.
aren't
Samesies.
what else
I'm
aren't the
the
tall
giant.
ones? The high elves are.
Yeah, the high elves.
There's
are.
gonna
No,
be
so
a dungeon with high shelves, and we're gonna be screwed.
You're gonna be screwed.
Yeah.
Axel.
I'll be fine.
Axel
I
is
got jump,
fine.
yo.
He gets to high places all the time.
Yeah.
He's a cat.
Right. Fair enough.
But yeah,
But
he's
yeah,
actually
no.
taller
So
than them,
so she sort of looks around. And she's like, yeah, he's taller than all of you. He's and she saw. Well, she didn't necessarily see. She didn't necessarily see Gandry laid out, but he's She sort of puts her hand up, and he's probably around 6 feet, 6'1". And she goes, "Doesn't really matter how tall he is, because he looks down his nose at everybody."
No, because if we were taller than him, then he couldn't look down. He couldn't really. I know what you mean. But you couldn't really look down on us like actually.
Oh, he thinks you're miles away. It's very odd. He's one of those weird people that does that. Even if they're taller than him, it's like he's looking down at them. He kind of does this thing.
I wanna see that.
Thing, putting his nose in the air.
I want to see that now because that sounds really interesting.
I do not understand this. I'm going to be honest. What's the point in making yourself better than others? It makes no sense. You just all work together to have a functioning society, and that's how it works.
But
That
if-
is
You
nice.
you got your miners, you got your cooker, you got your forger.
But
you know,
don't you want to make
you got
yourself
imagine-
better than yourself as well? Because if you want to be better than you were yesterday, so you want to know more, you want to be stronger, you want to be faster, then you're making yourself better than yourself. So you're making yourself better than some other people because maybe they don't change so much.
Well, yes.
And now
but
he's gone on
you
philosophical.
progress you progress together. You work as one.
There is a difference between should and is. This is how he is, not how he should be.
Well, when I meet this Mr. Gilderoy, I'm going to have a very stern talking with him.
Please don't.
Yeah, I think that would not be very good because he probably won't like you, and you probably won't do anything because he thinks he just said that he's not going to listen to you because he's a jerk.
Well, I don't like jerks.
And we're meant to be sneaking. Luck
Must
is this.
not make derivative joke.
Yeah. Axel's like, and we're meant to be sneaking in, so we're sneaking in. We can't really make him angry because then he'll kick us out. So.
Wait. This guy's like, "What's sneaking in? Where are you trying to sneak into?"
Iska has an invitation, correct?
I don't think it's for the same thing.
I don't think. Yeah, it's not for
Yeah.
this. That invitation's for like way down the line.
Oh,
So
never mind.
Well, maybe we could be polite and somehow find a way in by being polite to magical people. I
You-
have no clue.
you said this is the talk of the town, right? So many people, probably a lot of people invited, a lot of people going, a
Oh,
lot of
just-
people with some information.
Well, the parade. No, the only people allowed into dinner are Florian, his Florian, and then of course the people from Balathera, and
And his stuff.
yeah, he has to hire on extra people because he just lives by himself in his big old house otherwise. So he has to get people to help out.
So we could be staff, perhaps.
Probably. I don't know if he's hired them yet, but he's probably working with Thorben back at the Cloak and Fireball to get some folks. He likes to call them security, but the reality is they always end up having to work the party. He kind of he likes to get adventurers, I guess just in case. But everyone who I've talked to who's been to one, because everyone likes to find out what the parties are like. Apparently, they're very boring. They don't serve any alcohol at them, which I thought, I would think a party they would, but I guess they say that they always, come up with other ways. I don't know what that means. And then, but you've got people, to take, to wait, and to, hand out drinks and food and things like that.
Do we have a unanimous look around the party because I'm just looking around. It's like, are you guys thinking what I'm thinking?
Probably not, but that is.
But what
a
are you
way
thinking? Because I
in.
can't read your mind, at least not yet.
He's looking for staff.
He looks at you very odd at the mind reading thing.
Yeah.
Yet.
Well, I think there's spells, so maybe I can learn those spells one day. Yeah. Because we could be staff. I don't know what he wants with a cat. With me.
You're
Maybe-
exotic.
We still
I-
have a couple days before the party, right?
I think.
Oh yeah, it's
Right.
in 3 nights.
Oh, there.
Plenty of time.
It's plenty of time. Plenty of time to build up a reputation. We all here have skills, don't we, that we can put to use and show ourselves up. Right? Not show ourselves up. I mean, show ourselves are great. That's what I want.
I guess. Or just, between Agatha and Thorben, they can probably help out with putting in a good word. I mean, you said Agatha put you up to this, right?
Yeah. She asked me to
Don't
do
worry.
this. Yeah.
She'll make sure, she'll make sure that you've got the right credentials, but you probably gotta, it's still finally at the end of the day, Florian's decision of who he hires. So you're gonna have to deal with him. And she makes that face.
Is this a case of when one of those caravans come through the village and they've got that one really annoying person who always is very pushy around in the village, and then we've got to get the elders out, and then we all have to have stern talking with, and he's just not very pleasant in general. Like that. Those sort of people.
Pretty much. I can say he's kind of a prick.
If the elders were here,
But-
they would know what to say.
And
I'm just-
she sort of looks at Cillian's like, and she's like, it sucks, but you're a pretty half elf, you're a pretty high elf, and yeah, that's kind of his weakness.
Oh, okay. Oh.
And as far as for him exotic, she goes, and she sort of points to Kel and goes, but I think, you would probably be more like and she doesn't even know the right words. She's like, kind of like a curiosity, which I don't think you want to put yourself through, because, just out of stream. Basically, it's the rich person who hires a native, goes into town and hires a Native American and puts them in like a full headdress, and so that it's like, oh look, hey,
I'm cultured.
yes, I'm cultured type thing, and
Oh,
so I don't know. Sky describes that in whatever the correct terms would be. It'd be like, you would be the token cultured. Oh, look at the native wood elf we brought in for you.
You don't think I'd set foot in that place, do you really?
She doesn't know you very well, and she's like, I guess not. I guess.
No.
I mean, I'm really disappointed.
Ah,
'cause-
hell no.
I mean, I'm kind of disappointed because they don't serve alcohol, and that's really dumb.
Raised by a dwarf.
Yeah, where's my
Yeah.
door?
So yeah, you're it seems odd that they don't serve alcohol. I mean, and she sort of said that they usually make other arrangements, but you don't know what that's all about.
If they truly control and exert a power over magics, what they're doing in there it might make alcohol pale in comparison. So when we go in, we need to be ready for anything.
even owlbears. I mean, what? I'm just saying. You said be prepared for anything.
Damn it, good guy. And it's gone.
And when you say we, who exactly are you talking about?
Oh, maybe you don't have to be a wood elf, Cal. I'm just, we got makeup. I'm grasping
I don't
at grass
think
here.
Kel wants to go.
Because Cal doesn't really like being around lots of people, so could he go? Could you be a bird, Cal?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Could you be a tiny animal? Squirrel, maybe.
I mean, if you don't want to go, you don't want to go.
That's
But
not the point.
yeah, well, because I was thinking, because you always, when you're around people, you're an animal. So yeah. Well, sometimes you're an animal, like you're a squirrel or something.
Well,
Yeah, it's up to you. Because I know you
these
don't
guys
have
like
people.
they're like the highest. They're archmages, and I'm thinking that they're not going to be able to see through most anything, like that. Wouldn't they? And she sort of looks at Axel. She's like, this is like the highest level, or well, I don't know if it's the highest level for Sojourn's Crossing. This, these people, the Arcana Mystica is like, kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Florian will tell you that over and over and over and over again what a big deal they are.
Yeah, I imagine like Axel, because Axel might be aware that they'll probably have magical detection of some sort, even if it's not like, oh, I look at you and see that you're not this, because that's not how detect magic works unless they actually particularly do it. But
They might also
someone
just have
might.
true seeing.
He realized,
Yeah.
Now, if you'd like me to come along to completely ruin their night, that I'll be glad to do.
I don't think that's what
that doesn't sound like a nice thing to do either. I mean, they don't sound very nice, but that's mean.
Yes, that does sound nice.
No. Ruin it in a fun way. In a fun way.
This is a whole new side of Kel that y'all haven't seen before.
Give Axel
Maybe
ideas.
Maybe show them some aspects of magic that they might not be as familiar with, perhaps.
Axel has some.
They
Axel has
don't
ideas. You just see his
sound-
eyes light up. He's like, "Oh,
I've
I
got
an idea."
We switch the knives and forks around.
That would do for starters.
I don't know what's going on now.
We slightly turn the glasses and we move the covers of the tables a little bit.
Well,
That'll get them.
are you trying to stop the party, or are you trying to
No,
find out
no.
stuff?
No,
No,
but now that you say that, Kel, it's honestly not the worst idea. We need to go in. We want more information. We want to learn about Florian and Arcana Mystica, but
It
we'll
sounds.
be needing a way out at some point.
Yeah, well, yes, but as much fun as it sounds, it sounds like a ton of fun. I don't think. I think ruining a fancy party is the last thing on our list. It would be fun.
Well, whether it's ruined or not would depend on your perspective, I suppose.
Oh, and then we could accidentally spill some wine. No.
This is
Responsible.
going to go poorly.
Or I could just not go.
Also an option.
We still have
That
days
I
to
am
decide.
perfectly happy with.
We still have days to decide who wants to go and how they want to go.
Should I stay or should I go? No.
So, there's definitely some clash going on right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I need to have 80s music ready to go for you guys.
Yeah.
um,
We're just walking 80s references, even though.
That depresses me how long ago they were now.
so
Well, let's not even start down that road.
yeah. So any other planning or talking while we are out on the terrace?
Just insulting people and being horrible and plotting.
Yeah.
It's not being horrible. It's upping their fun quotient.
Tell you what, while you think, I can't even believe I'm saying it. Alicia, do the pun of the week. I'll be right back.
I need some more tea.
He does this on
I also
purpose
need
to
coffee,
avoid-
so,
No, you don't.
Would you look?
You're
It's
all
empty.
Okay. I'm gonna listen. I'm pulling my headphone jack out so I can listen.
No one appreciates my art. This is what I suffer for. But, oh, good guy. Good guy's usually the one who plays the what is it thing. But for all of you viewers who do appreciate my hard work on these things,
Hey, I'm still
this
here.
week's fun of the week. That's true.
It's actually I think Tuna is the one who appreciates it, because out of all of us.
Why shouldn't you iron a 4-leaf clover?
I don't know. Tell us, please. Why shouldn't you iron a 4-leaf clover?
Because you don't want to press your luck. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
That face.
Wah, 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 wah.
Uh-oh, really bad noise on the stream. Did they not hear it? I'll have to do it again later. Oh, no, apparently somebody heard it.
I wonder what that was. Maybe.
That might have been
okay, I guess.
me bumping my mic, maybe.
Oh, I wasn't the only one. Good. Actually, I also thought I haven't plugged yet about our charity, unless you already did.
I did not.
Okay, so also, just for our viewers out there, we do run our channel 100% for charity. This month we are raising for the Lamb Foundation, which hopes to find a cure and at least spread education about Lamb, which is a disease that mainly affects women as they come into childbearing age, that affects their lung function. My mother has affected lung function, and one of our cast members also has this cause close to their heart. So if you would like to donate, or literally one of the big things about their website, which is in the link in the doobly-doo below, is just education, to educate yourself about it and this disease, so that more people can understand it and maybe help to bring a eventual cure for it. So thank you for that. There's also, you can affect our gameplay by doing that. There are amazing some of the amazing items that our party has are directly due to y'all's donations, so they are appreciated by our players and help me story-wise, because then I don't have to make up stuff. I can just roll on the tables and have all that good stuff. So,
And also, do not feel pressured to donate if it is not within your financial budget at the moment. Also, feel free to just share our game on social media, through whatever various platforms, or just enjoy the show.
Yep.
Just tell them I'm in it. They'll come flocking.
There you go.
The good guy pie.
The good guy pie. Back on the terrace, are y'all just going to finish your tea with small talk, or do you have more business to take care of before heading back to your rooms or other arrangements for the evening?
Perhaps we should just press on to pass the evening.
I'm trying to think of how I would do it in character, but I do notice that, like, Kel has not shared any of his story, nor has he, like, volunteered any of that information. So I think Iska is maybe just, like, sheepishly looking in Kel's direction, like, maybe, like, wanting to hear more, but also, like, knowing the, like, dynamic, not pressing it. If that makes sense.
And Kel looks back, apparently.
This is some good tea.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
That's fine.
All good.
Yeah.
I just like the image of just, like, Kel occasionally looking at Iska, just, like, staring at him and then looking away, and then when he looks back, Iska's, like, a little bit, like, more leaned in.
It's like, it's like that cat video. I can't remember which one.
Yeah, where it keeps sneaking up and sneaking up.
Yeah.
Kel keeps his quiet stare.
Well,
for now.
Okay.
For now.
So, y'all,
At one point, when he catches Iska staring a little more intently, he'll just stare right back, but not in an intense way, just holding the gaze.
It takes too long for her to finally be like, oh yeah, like look away, and just like quickly like sip her tea. She like spills some on her side just because she's like quickly trying to like regain social status.
And then Kel chuckles and turns back to his tea.
So you guys finish out the night. Small talk about different things. You know, sort of maybe recounting your day shopping with Marge and
oh yeah, I
Marge and
want
Harold.
Axel to tell me those stories.
Axel is telling you all the stories.
Oh yeah. So in all their glorious,
I'm listening
direct
intently.
and blunt detail from Harold.
Well, yeah, I mean, he heard it in there. He's probably,
Yes.
you know, he's probably translated into his own unique ramblings.
Yes.
To be honest.
So
Yes, Axel. Yes, Axel. Yes.
yeah.
hmm Thank you, Axel.
Axel's telling like
Oh,
parts
that's
of 4
interesting,
different
Axel.
stories at
Yeah,
once.
literally parts of it's 4 different stories simultaneously being told back and forth between them. So y'all have a nice evening. There's little munchies there and things like that. So you get at least your stomach's full. Not a huge meal, but tea time meal. Head back to the Cloak and Fireball for those of you staying there. Kel does separate from the party. I don't know whether you walk through town with them or do you take the perimeter route, Danny?
I take the perimeter route.
Yep. So Danny says goodbye at the terrace. It's just second floor. You can do a leap off the terrace if you wanted to down to the ground and make your way, or take the Lunavator.
I'll
That's
take
possible.
the Lunavator.
So this time you can actually do the ice slide, which is a real thing.
Slide.
That's a thing.
Hey, Path Lovecraft, thanks for the host. And head back.
See you in the morning, Kel.
So you guys have two rooms there. I don't know how you all want to split up and do your.
I think we were going to do girls and boys, was the thought.
So it's either that or it's the quiet room and the loud room.
That was weird.
Ooh, that's true too.
Oh, so I get a room to myself.
Axel
Lily and
does-
Celia.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna say
Axel
Luna
does
and
want to-
Celia, and then Luck, Iska, and Axel. That probably makes more sense.
Yeah, like
His-
we don't actually bunk with Iska because
Yeah.
There.
So
Yep, so
I like the scene of Luck and Axel and Iska trying to makeshift Axel's hammock like up
We
somewhere.
got this. We
And
got
just
this.
like
yeah.
it's very much like college freshmen trying
Oh,
to make their
definitely.
dorm room like look cool.
Oh yeah. Build a loft.
Yeah.
Let's go. Get the other side. No. Yeah, there. Good. We got it. We got this.
Yeah. No, it's like worse than moving a couch up a staircase in college after you've been drinking all day. As this all plays out.
No, people don't do that, Jay.
The thing is, Axel would probably be fine doing it on himself, but he doesn't mind the company either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably would have done faster on his own. But
Yeah.
So eventually, you guys actually do get it rigged up in a makeshift weird way. It's like one side's like on like a coat rack or something, and then pay no attention to the pounding of nails or a fork or something into the wall on the other side. Luck. Actually, I can definitely see this. One side is absolutely hung up, where finally Luck got frustrated and just took his pickaxe and went thunk and doom,
Beautiful.
done.
No,
are
as he
so
does it, he
paying for
coughs
damages.
loudly. He's like, "Oh, would you look at that?
Perfect.
Perfect."
Me and Celia just see an axe come through the door.
Yes, and they both just so yeah, perfect. Protected space, long rest. Don't think anyone needs any of that, but if they do, certainly get the benefits of a long rest. Grain has bundled him, made himself a nice nest in the in the bundle of Luck's good pants that he's completely, taken ownership of, and over at the thing, and does the normal puppy spin 3-4 times around in one direction, then the other direction, and finally does it. So, anything you guys want to do other than just getting ready for bed, etc., or otherwise, we'll go ahead and fast forward to the morning.
Usual thing with Axel.
Yeah, you guys are up talking
probably
for at least an hour or so, chatting back and forth about your day's events and things you saw.
I want to have a quick word with Luck and Axel being there as well. And I just want to, I don't know, probably like even just randomly at some point, like turn to Luck and just say like, about earlier.
He got sort of one eye open. Yeah.
You said you don't know what's coming next. Why you had to leave.
Yeah.
I brought something to this party, and you all stood by me. I'll stand by you, whatever happens.
He sort of. I appreciate that, but you can see himself physically debating on his face now. I guess I did go a roundabout way of telling you what it is. To be honest, I kind of know what's going to happen, but I don't know the effects of it truly. I only know what we're all told. The same reason, I know the reason why we're forced to leave, but I don't truly know what it means. Elevation Pit it's a mining town. There's many dangers about. It's just how we've done it for ever since I was a child. 10 years would pass, a new protector would come in. I don't know anything more than that. But the reason why they left after 10 years, it's said before my time, surprisingly, there was an incident with one of the protectors. They say he lost himself to something. That anything human about him disappeared. And he had the same face, but was unrecognizable in every other way. Or so they say. And apparently that's the fate for all of us. I don't know if that's just fairy tale rumors to keep the tradition up, or, well, my fate to be. But the fact you stand by my side, I appreciate. And whatever comes into the future, I'm glad to have you. It's all good. Anyway, it's getting late. We probably should get to sleep.
Okay. So evening passes. Celia, does her trance. Luna, who are early risers? I guess Luck is usually an early riser. Luna's always an early riser. Iska, Axel, usually while they're up, but they spend their first hour or so doing the dream journal type stuff. Kel is off doing his thing. So let's actually start with Luna. As you get up, you look out the window of your room, and in the very, it's literally crack of dawn, just barely the sky has started to turn, lighten up just a tiny bit. You see a familiar figure out by the small watering sort of pond at the front of the Cloak and Fireball. It's Renard, who is down doing the forms of your order next to the pond.
I would go and join him.
He sees you approach, or basically feels your presence, join beside him, and sort of gives you a smile, and then you guys can continue through your forms. And he does a few things a little bit different than you. You do a few things different from him. He gives you a smile and a nod when he sees how you've incorporated your sort of water bending and shaping into your forms. But you spend probably the next 45 minutes, hour, your normal time that you usually take doing this. I'd say there's learning in both directions, but in a quiet, not teacher way, but just sort of, if he gets to a pose and you're holding it just a little bit not quite perfect, he'll pause and you sort of are able to examine him and do that. So it's not as though he's instructing you, it's just he'll wait there until you possibly correct it, and then we'll move on. So it's a very peaceful morning, reminds you probably of home a little bit, and you're spending time with your teacher there. As he finishes up, he does say, the cleric arrived last evening, and we were able to get Gandry up on his feet. The cleric had to leave town for several days, but we got Gandry to a point where at least he can be a little more self-sufficient. Thought you might like to know.
Thank you.
Also, tell your friend who brought the horses. We had to be discreet about it, but we're able to change them for gold, and we have placed it into both funds for Gandry once he recovers, so that he'll be able to make a life here, and for any others who may come in. There was enough that we'll be able to help others with it as well. So we thank you for bringing them to us to help both Gandry and others.
It is only right.
So with that, you guys finish your morning, and he's like, I'm going in for breakfast. Would you like to join me?
Nod.
You guys come in, and Luck is already downstairs. He's been there for a little bit, probably. Or I don't know. Do you go outside and work out maybe somewhere, or do you basically settle in, tuck in for breakfast?
Well, you eat. Well, you got to get the energy before you go exercising.
Yes. I didn't reset this for breakfast, but anyway, Cloak and Fireball. There's not that many people there at this time of morning, but you guys are in the main room of the inn, and you see Iska and Axel do eventually make their way down, as well as Celia. She's actually been down for a little bit. Looks like she's having some coffee and such. Waitresses come around. Sort of looks like Luck has already ordered. Gosh, enough for the whole party. It's spread out across the table. Because it did, they basically just bring out home style type, since you all paid for meals in your room. So they basically bring out sort of a family style selection of eggs and bacon, and if you want meat in the morning, or milk if people want it, or just water, or hot teas, coffees, kind of family style restaurant idea for everyone. So Everyone, I guess, is tucking in. What are y'all grabbing to eat off of? What is your pleasure off of the spread? I mean, it's not a big deal, but I mean, I was trying to toss you the ball if y'all wanted it. If y'all don't want it, we'll just keep on rolling.
Eggs, sausages, bread, sausages.
Yep, there's some nice, good, hearty dark breads with big, thick slabs of butter. Axel, you do notice that a plate of bacon came out that has a nice sort of drainage trough around it that is absolutely, probably a quarter-inch thick or 2 mils thick of grease. Because I know you had been asking about that before. So there is certainly an ability for you to sop up or get some grease or some fatty chunks off of this bacon, some of the less done portions of them for regents for later. So while y'all are eating, there's sort of a bit of a clamor coming into the room as 3 travelers walk in, stumbling, bumbling, drunk off their asses.
Wafflers?
Yeah, actually, they're not the Waffles. These are people you haven't seen before, but they're kind of striking because as you guys are dressed as adventurers, they are dressed as adventurers as well. One of them is a tall, really pale-skinned, even more elven looking than any elf you've ever seen. Ears are a bit longer, even more pointed. White, platinum blonde hair that's just shines with the morning light. Pale blue eyes, and you can notice from here there are no whites to his eyes or pupils. It literally is just a space filled with blue. He has a sort of crescent moon shaped sword at his side. You also you see a half elf who's coming in, who's in a red and white robe with a hood up. These guys, and then another human, big buff sort of muscular guy, taller than Luck, but kind of built like Luck is, really muscular, with just a big sword harness, doesn't have a shirt on, and has tattoos that, while they don't look anything like Kel's or someone, it's just lots of individual tattoos across them. And they are carrying with them a small cage with this weird little ugly gremlin looking thing in it with a kazoo. And he's blowing up, sort of playing this kazoo, and with a bottle of what looks like fairly expensive liquor in its hands. And the muscular guy is carrying what seems to be a crate of alcohol as well. And what did I tell you guys? I told you. See, we're here. Where's the blue guy? Where's the little blue guy? And you see the tall elven one kind of slips and falls on the floor, and he disappears. And he pops up then sitting over at one of the tables, and he actually kind of sits there. He goes, "Do you see the blue guy? I need to find the blue guy." And the other guys, "He's back by the bar! Thorben!" Yelling out. And then the elf pops over to, he sits at your table for a second, and he's like, "Oh, bacon." And he eats some bacon, and then he pops up to the bar and misses the bar seat. Just boom, hits the floor, and then he blinks, and he's sitting on the bar, and the half elf in the red robe and the thing just smacks the elf up across the head, just like, "What did I tell you? We've had this talk. What did I tell you? No blinky blink when you're drunk. You're gonna end up like in a wall or something, dude." The the human big muscular guy with this credit thing is just like, guys, this is like the best buzz ever, dudes. Like, I'm like totally cannot feel my teeth. I can't feel my teeth at all. Are they there? Did I knock my teeth out along the way? And they finally have made it up to the bar. And it's interesting, as they pass by your table with this little creature, all of you get this really just kind of nice, easy, slow buzz. Kind of like you've just had a nice, relaxing day. Axel kind of knows this. This is when, he's spent a day, like on one of the Dwarven holidays, just kind of hanging out with Grom. Iska, just kind of mellow, nice, easy buzz. I don't know, does Luck drink? Is this
Does Luck drink?
Okay, I didn't know. Just checking. So yeah, I guess the question's just as good for Luna. Does Luna drink? Just this kind of
Tip.
easy.
Not usually. She tries to stay on her guard.
Yeah. So
this is not comfortable for her.
yeah. So this probably isn't. This is the why am I feeling kind of fuzzy, and kind of mellow and kind of chill, all kinds of chill. You see Agatha kind of flap over with all this commotion because they're like, Thorben, we got the thing. See the thing? We got the thing. Do you have our money? You got the thing. And when Agatha lands, she just sort of looks at it and says, oh my dear God, Lords, heavens. And she just waves her thing and all of a sudden they're like dead sober. And they're like, so, yeah, we got the thing. Here's the... I don't think you were right that it was supposed to be a sugar rum fairy, dude. This thing is like serious booze hound. You definitely want to, no matter what you do, let him keep the kazoo. It's gonna drive you crazy. But trust me on this one. He'll hit you with a whammy like you have never ever seen. Otherwise, it's kind of like this. And, because they're all feeling it too. I mean, around the bar, everyone's just kind of like, this is that nice, easy, long drinking buzz. And they're like, and the sake. He likes the sake. Let him have his bottle. It'll be good. Can we get our money and can we leave? Because we've been drunk for 3 days. And while it's fun, oh my God. First thing, I'm hungry, and I gotta pee, and yeah, that was no fun, dude. We need a bonus. And Thorben's just like, okay, I got you covered. And you see him dole out some gold, and you see the three of them head over and sit at a table sort of over on the far side of the bar, and just like wave to one of the people, and just like, food, bring us food. Apparently, this bender, you don't think about anything but the drunk, and they are starving. They like dive into this. Yeah, they seem to know each other, seem to have traveled a little bit to each other, and are hanging out. But that was odd.
Do they have bacon at their table?
Yeah. I mean, it's the sort of it's basically everyone who stays at the inn gets sort of that same spread: eggs, bacon, sausage, all that type of stuff. You do notice that as Thorben sort of takes this little creature into a back hallway, actually the back hallway that you're familiar with goes all the way out to the back. That sort of buzzy feeling kind of fades from all of you, and you're now back to sort of feeling sober.
That bugger took our bacon. I
Yeah,
get
actually,
up at
Luna-
that moment and I walk over.
I was gonna
I
say
am not
Luna
happy.
already was walking over. to
Axel
the
has
table.
like 8 pieces of like bacon getting all greasy that he's been putting into this pouch, and he doesn't. He's like, "Oh yeah, have one."
Yeah.
Ah.
So Luna and Luck, you are marching over with purpose to recover a stolen piece of bacon.
Yep. So Luna just, kind of like walk up to the table. She's also a little agitated because she does not like feeling that uncontrollable mellow feeling. So she's a little agitated. And so she walks over, says nothing to these people, takes a piece of bacon, and leaves.
The elf is just like, oh yeah, I took one of yours, dude. You, hi.
Gone.
Okay.
I expect an apology.
Oh yeah, for sure. Not our fault. That thing. Did you? I'm sure you felt it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You piss it off, and dude, it's all bets off. It's like the worst drunk you've ever been on in your life. The room is spinning. It's fun at first, but it doesn't stop. It is, yeah. And then you see him sort of, are you standing up or do you sit down at the table?
I'm standing.
So he then, from sitting down, all of a sudden blinks over and has his hand over your arm. And he's like, totally, come sit down with us. You're welcome to. I see you're with friends though, but oh my God, Thorben, he's got the weirdest missions. Some crazy, that thing. He said it was a sugar rum fairy. I mean, what could be wrong with a sugar rum fairy? That little gremlin thing, man, is powerful. And for some party, I don't know what the hell someone would want that at a party for, but
I begin to slowly sit down now, interested here. It's like, Wayne, come over. We got some. I apologize. I was quite rude at first. I'm Luke Goldheart.
Oh, I'm Iskrin. That's Hadrick, and the big quiet one shoveling food in his mouth. That's Solomon.
So I imagine Luna actually kind of stopped part way to the table because she realizes she's not actually hungry. It was Principal that made her take the piece of bacon.
Yeah.
So she's kind of stuck like, I don't really want this. And then turns back and sees Luck sitting down, and she'll just kind of quietly, still just awkwardly hold it in the center and sit down.
Okay, so we've got Luna with a piece of bacon. We've got Luck sitting there, sitting down, and there's like, yeah, we're some of Thorben's cleaners. He sends us out on the little jobs, and but it pays the bills, you know.
What do you do, like in general?
Me, I cast spells. He points at the guy with the red on. He goes, he heals. He's a good healer. Smart too. Smart as a whip guy. Guys, and at this point, Hadrick jumps in and goes, "Don't mind him. I'm a cleric. I'm a cleric of the Red Knight. She is the Lady of Strategy. I try to keep these two out of trouble as much as I can."
Luna will look at Luck, not say anything, and look back at the cleric.
And the big human muscular guy is just shoveling in. Solomon, pit fighter, and just keeps shoveling.
Don't speak with your mouth full.
He looks at you, opens his mouth, and is like,
I do say you need to work on those manners.
And then just keeps going.
Anyway, so you're cleaners? So do you go out and, clean?
We clean up the messes that the other people leave behind. Whenever someone leaves behind a big mess from a big battle. This shipment didn't come in. Some goblins got a hold of this, one of Thorben's wagons. It had a special shipment for some party. Some big wig elf dude needed, again, sugar rum fairy. What the hell?
It's like...
Luna's eye twitches slightly at goblins, but she doesn't say anything.
So for a big important party by important elf man, you said?
Yeah. Shipment was late. About that time, you actually see someone come over to Luck, and it's a sort of proper looking gentleman, and he Luck, did you say Luck Goldheart? You Luck Goldheart, dude?
Yeah.
Sorry, why am I getting Southern accents today? I don't know. Sorry. Luck Goldheart. Heart. Is that you? And you see him holding a helmet and hands it to you.
Oh.
And there are 2 notes inside, which we now know. Yeah, there's 2 notes with writing on them.
It's like he opens them up and it's like, oh dear. Thank you very much. I've got this.
Yep, and he's like, he just sort of smiles and he walks off, having made his delivery, and walks back out of the bar. They said we could find you here.
He holds. Yes, thank you. Oh dear. Axel, help!
Did you order something?
I don't know. As I open up the letter. Oh dear.
Axel, do you hear Lux cry for help, or does he have to come over to the table?
He'll have to come over to the table. Axel
Axel
got
is
food,
busy
he's
with
collecting things,
busy with
writing out
notes and collecting regents. So if you want Axel, you'll need to walk back over to y'all's main table.
Hidden by Axel is busy by bacon.
Busy by bacon, yeah.
Busy by bacon. Luna, can you read?
Oh, the light bulb ticks on. She'll patiently she'll take it kind of one-handed because she still has the bacon in the other hand. And she'll read the note.
You see that it is from Knack, who was the blacksmith on Liam's caravan. And it says, Luck, hope this finds you well, friend. Here's the helmet, as promised. Stroth and I were able to salvage a bit of the enchantment that remained on the breastplate of the Green Syndicate leader. Hope that serves you well. That's one of the notes in it. And Luck, you will find in your inventory a... Stand by.
Oh, standing by. Red 3, standing by.
Yeah. A new item that is a part of your thing, and it you're welcome to read it out because they have described to you what it does. If you would like, or you can keep it secret.
No. Helm of Anti-Venom. I've got this. This helm, when worn, gives +1. Yeah, this helm, when worn, gives +1 to your armor class and grants you advantage on saving throws versus being poisoned. Requires a tune. But yeah.
And then there's another note there as well.
If he hands it to me, I will read it as well.
So,
well, it's if he handed you the whole helmet. Yeah, there's 2 little notes in there. So,
yeah.
It might be that actually Luna explains it to you. And then the other one, there's also a small note there from Liam attached with a little leather chit type idea that looks kind of almost like a token that says, present this at Tan Your Hides to pick up your skin.
Okay. Yeah, so Luna will obviously explain both of those to Luck much slower, but she will explain that.
Cool.
Thank you. Sweet. I've got 17 AC now. Hey.
So that goes on. While that's happening, the front doors bang inward. And you see, very presentationally, entering into the bar, a blonde high elf with ornate robes that drape all the way down to the floor. You can see that he has a long sort of walking stick that looks like it's probably made out of either bone or maybe ivory. That's intricately carved. That is obvious that he doesn't need it to walk. That he's using it very much as a prop of his station.
A statement.
Yes, as a statement. You see several ornate rings that are on his fingers, and you see him march with purpose across the room, and Thorben is now come back out behind the bar and starts accosting Thorben about his package. I've heard my package has come in. Where is it? Is it here? I will charge you for the delay. This is absolutely unacceptable that I've been treated in this manner. And Thorben, you overhear these little pieces of this back and forth of Thorben saying, it's here now, whatever. And actually he goes back into the back and brings out, gods, what is that? That is not what I had. It's supposed to be a sugar rum fairy. Cute little thing. That's hideous. I guess it'll have to do. I'm not paying for it, though. You make sure that someone brings it over on the night of the party. Have a handler with it so I don't have to deal with such a thing. Thorben, the Arcana Mystica will hear of this. And starts... have them bring me something to eat. None of your slop that you serve everything else. Something Madeline makes up for me. And goes and sits down at a table by himself on the other to the other side of the room.
Must resist urge for water balloon.
Must resist urge for everything.
I'm not gonna do it, but it's very tempting.
Oh dear.
So, Luna, you're still sitting at a table with Solomon, Iskrin, and Hadric. Iska and Axel are at their table doing Iska and Axel morning eating and being distracted by anything and everything. Certainly this was distracting. There's probably not a whole lot of question who this might be.
I think is this.
Yeah, there would have been
this-
like a nudging to Axel and just like pointing just to at
Is
least
this
like.
Greg?
Yes, it's Greg.
What? You just chomp on a piece of bacon. I'm sorry.
And you said we overheard most of that, or at least parts
Oh
of that
yeah, you heard
conversation?
part. He had his voice raised and was making a very presentational about how he had been so slighted by, and unhappy with the service provided by Thorben.
Any
Jerk.
broken nail.
He's a jerk.
Which actually, the player would care about. But not the
Yeah, I was gonna say you would have
I
compassion
would.
for that. Hey, Big Bestie, thanks for the host.
Oh, thank you. I want to like whisper to Axel then, having overheard that he needs handlers, and basically like quickly ask Axel, like he needs handlers for that thing, and Thorben's the one who's gonna set them out. Can you talk to Thorben or maybe Agatha? You know Agatha well. Can we volunteer?
Well, I think Thorben might be. Yeah, I'll talk to Agatha. Yeah, I'll talk to Agatha. So where is actually Agatha currently?
Agatha was up by the bar. She's now sort of taken to her perch over the top of the door. So I mean, you can sort of signal her over or try to grab her attention.
Axel's actually going to head over to Torbjorn and ask for some cheese.
Smart boy. So yes, you head over to the bar and ask for a plate of cheese. You've noticed that cheese does not automatically come out to all the tables, probably for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But yes, you ask if you could possibly have a small plate of cheese to have with your breakfast, as that is your custom. And,
He asked for enough to share with
your
the
table.
group as well.
yeah.
For the
So
table,
they kind of give you an eyeball and kind of eyeball where Agatha is, and thinking, okay, Agatha didn't send you to do this.
No, Wilkes. I need to talk to Agatha, and if I want her to.
Wait, are you telling that to the guy who you're getting cheese from?
Yes.
Are
He's
you
explaining.
blew
He's
it?
like, I need to
Nope.
give Agatha cheese. I need to make her happy.
Yes, but you blew it. You
Yep.
blew
I know,
it
it's-
because
that's-
as soon as you
he's
said
got-
that you needed to talk to Agatha and getting your cheese, he's like, Thorben will kill me. I can't do it. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, dude.
Why can't she have cheese?
Because she's lactose intolerant. She farts all day. It smells up the whole bar.
Oh.
Have you ever smelled old Drake farts?
Okay. What else does she like then?
I mean, she always likes the special. you can try a nice boiled egg and toast, but she'll be mad at you because it's better to have nothing than not to have.
Yeah,
cheese.
don't bring up. Yeah. It's like, don't bring up the cheese then. But yeah, okay. But it's like,
yeah, they serve cheese, but they.
Is it too early? Would it be too early for Dwarven Stout? I don't.
Oh no, you can get Dwarven Stout all the time here, dude.
Well,
Frostbeard's a dwarf.
in terms of
5
like,
o'clock somewhere.
in terms of like how Axel, I mean, he was.
Oh, I think
raised
people.
by
I think people absolutely are drinking
Yeah.
Dwarven Stout because it's not super high alcohol. It's
Yeah,
like a
so
Guinness.
he'll be-
So it's
yeah.
But
No,
better.
I have no idea. So yeah, he'll grab a Dwarven Stout then and wander back over.
Yeah.
How much is that?
And you get all the ale you want because you did the 10 gold deal on your room. So
Oh,
you
yeah.
all eat and drink for the 10 gold for free, basically.
Okay, cool. So he'll grab the stout and then wander over to Agatha
Yes.
with the drink. It's like, oh, can I talk to you for a moment?
Oh yes, dear. How are you?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Yeah.
She sort of looks around you and she's, yeah. And
With this discussion about. I just forgot what I was going to talk
Florian?
to Agatha about. Yeah, I just forgot what I was going to actually talk to Agatha about because I was doing the stout and the cheese thing. So he's sort of he's mostly casual talker, not openly whispering, but clearly not loudly talking. So if, for the whole thingy with Florian, do you think we could talk to what's his face about because it's the fairy thing, I think that they have.
yes, it's
you
sugar
think
rum
you could-
fairy. There's no such thing as a sugar rum fairy. Whoever put that daft hand? It's a whiskey gremlin. They're quite potent, but
Yeah, I could tell. But because they say it needs a handler, so if we could somehow have what's his name again? What's his name again?
Florian or Thorben?
No. This is Axel asking about. I think it's Thorben. Yeah.
Thorben is Thorben's cleaners gives jobs.
Yeah,
Florian
Axel
is the
wasn't
guy
getting-
hosting the party.
Yeah, Axel's actually asking Agatha about Thorben's name. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Oh, Thorben, yes.
Yeah. So if we could, do you know if maybe you could put in a good word for us, so we could be handlers, or maybe because there's one of us. Well, I know like magic, so maybe I could do it, and Luna's very calm, so maybe she could do it on. Well, because
Well, understand. Florian isn't just a prick; he's a cheapskate. He said handler, so he'll want one. If he sees more than one, he'll think he's being cheated. But yes, certainly for someone of having some magic, if you want to take that along, probably is not that bad of an idea, dear.
Yeah.
But as far as the rest, if whoever else might want to infiltrate, so to speak, you'll have to. The first step is talk to Florian, and then he will check you out through Thorben to make sure everything's okay.
yeah,
I
so
can
we
take
have to
care
talk
of
to
the
Thorben.
checkout, but
Okay.
you've got to sell yourself, and yes, no offense, dear, but yes, handler's probably about as far as you'll get with him. He is a bit allergic to tabaxi. So,
Well, I was going to say it's like it could be one of the others.
Well, no, I think-
I was just talking to you.
you handling will be fine, but as far as he'll not want cat hair around the foodstuffs, if you so speak. But he's
yeah,
quite
he's sort of,
paranoid, you know.
Yeah, I can clean up and make myself look good. So he's more likely. Yeah, okay.
But,
So he'll.
Yeah, so that's all she
skedaddle
has to
back
say on that.
to-
She goes,
Yeah,
yeah, I'll go ahead.
yeah. He'll skedaddle back to the group, which is actually just because it's just Iska right now, right?
Right now, Luck and Luna are with the there's Iska's table, and then there's Luck and Luna at the other group's table.
Yep. So he'll talk to he'll explain this. So if one of us could be a handler, but we got to be cheap.
Oh, I guess Celia's over there with.
Oh, yeah, and
Celia's
Celia.
with Iska as well.
Yeah. So he's explaining this to Eska. So we've got to be cheap, and one of us needs. We can say one of us is a handler, and then maybe we can say, well, we know other people who work for cheap. And then we can point out the others and say, oh, well, this one does this. This one's good at this. And then maybe we can have him have him hire us because we just got to make like not lots of money. I don't know how much that is, but not lots.
Absolutely, we can offer our services for cheap because if we get some information out of this, it's all going to be worth it, Axel. Maybe we learn a little bit more about what happened to your family.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Celia sort of jumps in and goes, Iska, it's time to perform. And she stands up and you see she kind of adjusts, Celia does to, she knows what she's about to have to take care of. And sort of saunters over to, and bringing Eska with her, saunters right over to Florian's table. So it's not just me talking to myself. I'm going to, we'll say that she does introductions, but he certainly has eyes for Celia, but then kind of goes, what's her story? Looking at Iska. Now he looks at you, Iska.
Oh, okay, so he does actually look at me. I was
Yeah.
like, is he asking Celia? Okay.
He asks Celia what's her story, and then he looks over at you. Care to explain yourself?
Absolutely. My name is Iskatal. I'm a traveling bard, one of great renown, or at least working my way up to
I
great
haven't heard
renown.
of you.
I'm hoping to change that, and I'm hoping to change that shortly.
You expect me to give you a chance?
No, I'm hoping I can earn a chance. I don't want you to give me anything. I will never ask for anything of you.
Good.
I merely want to earn an opportunity to be in your presence. And
I have the perfect task.
yes,
My mount, a bit of a stubborn old thing,
sure.
is down at the private stables. If you don't mind going and maybe you can calm him down with a little music and he'll let you get him prepared for the parade. Family mount tradition, but if you could run along and take care of that for me, maybe we can talk about if you can earn your chance.
It would be an absolute honor. Thank you for speaking with me today.
Bootlickers. And then he turns back to Celia. So tell me all about yourself. You say you're from Balathra, dear.
Oh, poor Celia.
Is putting on the Balathra. So do you know, familiar with and starts rattling off families, and she's just doing the back and forth, being really
I'm
smarmy.
nudging Luna at this point, like, Luna. No. I think this is when we do our thing. To relieve poor Celia of her endless torture right now.
I mean, Celia's seems to be doing pretty well, and I'd say after another probably 5 minutes or
She knows
so,
how to navigate it.
she comes, and does the she knows she's being watched as she walks away, does the nice kind of swish back over to the table, and she goes, well, one hostess, and so she's gotten herself a job as a hostess for the party.
Right, I need to
As
clean up
we-
because I look, I know that I don't look very good for most people, so he probably won't have me if I look like this. So I've got to clean up, and he wanders actually over to the bar. Should I talk to Sky about getting a bath?
Oh yeah, you can talk to Sky Begin, but when you come over, Agatha has gone from talking to you and flew over to Thorben, and so she's there, and Thorben goes, so this is the one, huh? To be the handler.
Yeah, me and I don't know if you need to talk about the others.
Yeah, you
but the others are...
don't even talk to Florian yourself. I will let him know that you will be the handler. You will show up the night of the party with the whiskey gremlin. So, such paranoid, delusional. He starts going off, sons of bitches. Won't buy any liquor.
hell?
Won't buy any liquor because they're afraid someone's going to put something in their drink. So they have this thing to go sit in the middle of the table to get them all so that they're all nice and buzzed and they can create their own water to drink. Cheap bastard.
What is boring?
But
But
oh well, give this little thing a smack on the ass. It will certainly make for an interesting party.
I won't tell the others. You know, he's not actually that mischievous when it gets down to
And
it.
so
But yes.
then,
Yeah.
all of a sudden, you've experienced this before. All around you, everything seems to go, like, slow down and turn into, like, watery, and you no longer hear around the bar.
Yeah. He doesn't make it. Doesn't try to make it. Yeah.
Here's the trick. We've got to come up with a plan. They're going to use every magical protection that they know of to make sure they're neither overheard or seen whatever they're talking about.
Yeah.
So somehow we've got to figure out how to break through and get away to hear what they've got planned. Start thinking on it. We've got a couple days. And then she releases it and starts going, Thorben, get me some cheese, or I swear to God I'm going to tell all these people about you when you were naked as a baby.
Was Thorben part of that discussion? Or was it just Agatha and Axel?
Just Agatha and Axel.
Okay. Okay, that's good.
And Thorben's like, I'm not giving you any cheese. I am not having another incident like last time.
In the soys.
Yeah. And you know, he'll okay. I think about it, and he wanders back over to the table, and you know, share some of the information that Hey, okay, so Thorben will get me the job if I'll just show up and I'll take the whiskey gremlin. I really want to know about what. Yeah. He seems very curious, the whiskey gremlin himself, and I'll take the whiskey gremlin.
Hey, it's In Wills with 34 viewers. Big crowd today, man. Welcome. Thank you so much. As you all are sitting here, you notice a strange group of very similarly dressed folks in these tabards that have this weird sort of circular shape with a crosshatch pattern on it, march all into the bar, plop down at a table, and while everyone else was brought out normal bacon and eggs and stuff, plate after plate after plate of these delicately golden waffles come out and are placed all across the table. Hey, Waffle Aid! We got you even built in the story. They're all having breakfast, and you guys just walked in as a bunch of NPCs having some waffles. They know your order, so they brought waffles to the table. We're gonna have to design you a tabard so that you all are looking like you all are the group of the same group. Anyway, so Axel, sorry I interrupted you.
So Axel came over and I want the whiskey gremlin. So I'll be taking the whiskey gremlin on the day. But Celia, you're the hostess, and Iskit, you're getting the job. Have the others joined us yet? Luck and Luna?
Luck and Luna, have you come back? Basically, you heard the whole story of these guys finding a wagon that had been turned into a little fortress that they were using to, and basically had this whiskey gremlin was a part of the shipment, and they were sort of using it as a trap to bring people in and steal more and more goods from passing wagons and caravans. The cult of the waffles, the waffle cult. Love it. Dude, nice. Tank. Woo. So anyway, Luck, Luna, have you all come back to the table, or are you all still over with the other folks?
No,
so you sort of waved goodbye to them, and they seem to be friendly enough, and just, hey, if you hear of a job, well, let us.
Sure.
Luna never even introduced herself.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
That
you do notice the elf, the white skinned blonde elf, is just like. He seems to be very frustrated. He keeps talking about how now we're stuck here and I can't get home, and his and he while he's able to blink across the room and across the table, you see him do it a couple times, and then you see him try to do something else, and it fizzles, and is just son of a.
Well, we'll meet you round sometime.
Whatever.
Remember the name.
Okay, but so we'll head back over to the table, and again, we do know it's Florian, so
yeah.
So y'all are back at the main table.
Well, we're back at the main table
with
yes.
everyone else. So
Yes.
um,
I believe it is best if me and Luck try to be security, was it?
Do we have any idea or concept of what Florian thinks of Children of the Lost?
you do not. You have not heard.
Great, stop eating my plate. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. It's like half of my breakfast. Anyway.
Are you going to be all right talking?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Oh, I should be.
I mean, will you be polite even
always polite.
if he is not?
I'm always polite. Politeness spreads if you constantly preach it.
Celia sort of goes, tell you what, let me have him simmer for a day, and let me introduce you. Apparently
that would be best.
he likes to have breakfast here, so we'll catch him
Strange.
tomorrow. He did say that he was looking for some more, but not quite ready to. Gotta play the line on this one a little, I think, to land it.
As you say.
About that time, you do see Florian seems to have finished his breakfast, gets up, sort of throws a disdainful look at the wafflers. Apparently, he does not get along with the waffle crew, and
He does
And
not
then-
believe in the fluffy batter.
yeah, he does not believe in the fluffy battery goodness of waffles. Obviously, far too much enjoyment to be had there. But he looks right at Iska and goes, "Strike one, dear. Don't you have someplace to be and something to do?" And walks out.
Iska just like looks down and lets out like the longest, hardest sigh she can muster.
What an absolute not gentleman.
Not very nice, no. So
I
we
need
want
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, because you said he wants you to help take care of his horse, do you know if he can? Well, do you know if he's going to be watching, or is he going to? Maybe. I'm wondering we could help you, or I could help you, or someone could help you. Maybe Kel.
I got a pretty
If we
good
can find
feeling
help.
there's
Yeah.
someone who could be a big help if I needed it.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm gonna make my way there pretty quickly. So I will catch up to you guys here later. And with that, I think Iska will leave the table and start making her way towards the stables.
Okay.
So we can come back to me or whatever.
Well, let's go ahead and follow you at this point. Or unless there's other stuff that you guys want to be doing, heading over to the shops, doing some of that so that we can basically... I mean, you've got a skin to go pick up, Luck.
I'll go pick up the skin.
So
but
do you
do Iska
guys,
first,
Luna, and I know
'cause-
Axel didn't get to do much shopping. Do you all head out with Luck as he heads over to the shopping district and knowing that he's got to pick up his skin from Tanya Hyde?
I would actually go with Luck, remembering the whole can't read thing. 'Cause I forgot. I didn't know.
The whole, I'm sorry?
Can't,
Oh, can't
not
read.
reading
Gotcha,
thing.
okay.
Yeah.
Axel, what's your plan for the morning?
He's he's going to go looking for a book, another notebook, because he's already finished
Okay.
one, so he needs more paper.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So you'll be looking for general goods or other parchment type places. Both Luck and Luna will be heading towards Tanya Hyde, as Iska heads down to the down to the stables, which are pretty easy to find. I mean, you know from coming in that they are to the south of town. Do me an investigation check, and we'll just see how long it takes you to actually find where you need to get yourself to.
This is for me and Luck.
No, this is actually for Iska finding Florian's private stables. And let me get you some nice music going on.
I'm trying to decide if I have any idea like where Kel is. I would almost like try to go and speak with him at some point on the way. But if I have no idea, then all right,
no clue.
cool.
Yep.
All right, all good.
So 20 investigation. Yeah, I mean, you pretty much within a couple of questions, they point you to what is down in the southern quarter. Most of it's open paddocks, but there is one very nice, well-kept private stables that probably isn't just for a single horse, but for multiple horses. So over just a little bit to the side of that, you kind of see sort of half-covered horses, and you see a rather dashing sort of half-elf ranger wearing green cloak, silver piping. He's currently unbraiding the mane and tail of a absolutely beautiful chestnut stallion. He had braided in the hair for a long ride or for sort of like a battle braid. And he's sort of kind of looking at you as you were sort of approaching the private stables, kind of wondering what you're up to.
As I approach, then I will take a very humble stance, a very guarded stance, I guess, and greet him. Say, good morning. My name is Iska Toll, and I've been sent here on behalf of Florian Gilderloin to prepare his horse.
Oh, so you're the next victim, huh? He is actually rather dashing. Wavy brown hair, liquid brown eyes, kind of flecked with gold. He seems friendly enough. He obviously pays incredible attention to his horse. So, what did you do to get this detail?
Oh, I volunteered for it.
Oh. So what do you want from Florian that you would volunteer for such a thing?
Iska looks to this half-elf and looks around for a second and thinks back to Florian saying strike one. And then perks her head back up and gives a very big performance of just I have no idea what you're referring to. It's an honor to work for Florian, a man all the way from, I just forgot the name of the place, Balathira. Oh yes, it's just to bask in the glory of Arcana Mystica and honest to goodness Gilderloin here in Sojourn's Crossing. It's an honor.
Do a deception check. He goes, didn't look like one of his fawning types, but I guess it takes all kinds. And kind of sizes you up a little bit as right on the, good cover, having never seen you before. He actually throws you an odd, horse brush, odd looking horse brush. And attached to the back of it is a really something you've not seen before. It's a weird looking, real fine toothed comb. And says, you're going to need those. Balshirion is not very friendly, and Lord knows old Maurice, and you see him sort of thumb over towards a older human, sort of in muddy boots on a stool over there. Certainly is too overworked to take his time with him. And you hear old Maurice go, He about near took my finger off last time. I'm not going to hell near that creature. Stubborn, ornery bastard. And, so this half-elf just sort of points you 3 stalls down. If if you get into big trouble, well, run. Close the door. And he sees your violin. Music might help. Don't know. But I'm Dustin. And good luck.
Will you say that name one more time? My
Dustin.
audio dropped first. Dustin?
Dustin.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dustin. I really appreciate you walking me through this. I've never really taken care of a horse this grand or renowned before, so thank you.
He sort of looks at you oddly and then kind of laughs and is like, oh, good luck.
Another big, heavy sigh as she makes her way to the stall with the horse in it. Balshirion?
Balshirion. So you make your way over to what is obviously probably the largest stall all the way back on the corner. And it's very dark and shadowy in here. There is light from the main door, but this is so far back, it is tough to really see. And I lost my music.
You should find it.
I am finding it. Actually, we might do a little different music. We'll do this one. If it will play. Is it there? There it is. Come on. So yeah, you sort of head into this back corner, and it's dark, and you see just a massive sort of shadowy shape. There's a sort of a column of light coming in from a high window that sort of divides this large stall into sort of one area that is bathed in light and the other that is in darkness. And as you sort of step up to this, and like I say, you over in the darkened portion of it, you just see this huge shadowy shape standing against the wall.
I very slowly just take like a step closer to this horse. Very distinct in my movements, very clear in the movements I'm making, but just a step forward to begin.
Make a dex check.
Yeah. No, you see this shape move towards you, and first you see one leg move into the light, and you're taken aback because that's not a hoof. You see a large feline paw with long talon-like nails on it. Step over. What you were expecting to be either brown or black fur is a deep, deep blue. And as it keeps moving further into light, before you see one of the things you notice that its coat is caked with dirt, and as it sort of moves further into light, you see this ruff around its neck, which is sort of longer fur than like even the mane of a horse would be, and you see it's caked like with blood. And then you see, move into the light even further, a huge blue wing that ends in blue feathers that end in golden tips. But the feathers are a mess. They're all split and not aligned. And as it steps all the way into the light, you see this proud eagle head and feathers, but its eyes are sort of gummy and bloodshot, this animal, as huge and beautiful as it should be, is neglected. And even more importantly, you recognize has kind of stopped taking care of itself. You see in the light a huge griffin. And a voice, deep and rumbling, comes out of its mouth. You're not Florian. So what did you owe him that he sent you down here to have to deal with me?
I volunteered to be here.
Don't lie, girl. No one
I
volunteers
volunteer as
to come
tribute.
here.
I spoke with Florian, and I wish to partake in the glory and the beauty that is Arcana Mystica, and be close
Oh,
with
shut
them.
up. I know what Florian is. I've been bonded to him since I was an egg. He's a prick. And no one wants to deal with him. And no one wants to deal with me. Just leave me in peace. And he kind of walks back over to the corner.
No one wants to deal with you. How can that be? I've never seen anything like you before. What? How on earth can Florian? How can anyone keep you down here? Down, just, and then like this. What happened? What's happened to you?
He looks at you. You're a bard. You know what happened. You know the song.
Oh man. Is this where we maybe talk about this Netherwing? Oh yeah, Iska does know a song about this. A song that like a lot of
Spare me and don't sing it, but
oh, man.
he holds
Right.
it against me.
They keep you grounded.
Of course. Everything is grounded. Florian.
But like go ahead.
Florian never understood. He was 10 when we all had to stop. He holds it against me, thinks that it's my fault that he doesn't get to fly in the clouds. Doesn't care what it feels like to me. You see, but I'm bonded. Bonded to him, bonded to the family, so...
So the skies are empty. You're shackled to this ground, and he just keeps you as what? As a showpiece? As a
Well, he has to. I think he would throw me his way as not having this constant reminder that it is, you see, for other families, it's still seen as an honor to be able to ride a griffin. Something that once flew. I mean, heck, to keep one around with your monies when you can't use it to its fullest. What's better show of wealth, right? So he trots me out every once in a while whenever there's an official function. Show off the griffin. Show off what's supposed to be a great honor.
beyond this bond, what keeps you with him?
Griffin?
you are.
There is no other. There's nothing more than the bond. I have to do what he commands. He's commanded me to stay. It's a bond that was formed at birth while I was in the egg. He held my egg while I was born. He was a good boy, actually. But he felt the world turned against him. And he's never forgiven it.
To like out of character, am I picking up this as like a magical bond, or is this just
I mean, it's like an instinctual bond. Like, think of like how ducklings bond, how like when they raise condors and stuff that they have to make sure it doesn't bond to the human, and that so that they'll actually leave and not think same thing like with geese. A lot of birds of prey, you have to be careful raising them in captivity from eggs so they don't bond to humans. So it is, I would say, beyond magical. It is instinctual, and for an intelligent creature, it's it should be like, I mean, you just saw, Mountain Master, this wonderful thing, but for both of them, this is not great. And like I said, some of, enough about birds to know they normally preen their feathers and those types of things. I mean, this is an animal that's, in captivity with, bonded to a master who resents it.
What if you broke this bond? What if you could be free? What if you could explore? Sure, you can't fly, but the world is still open. There's still so much to it.
You don't understand, Go. It's not a bond that can be broken. It'd be like me telling you to no longer be your mother's daughter, or it's who I am. It's ingrained into me. Well, so what now?
Florian sent me here to make you presentable in a way, which seems ridiculous. Sure, your feathers are a bit frayed, but look at you. I'm a poet, and I can barely put this into words. What it's like seeing you. This is unbelievable. You, even in this state, are truly majestic, and
I can tell you speak the truth, so I won't think you're just fawning. But he sort of looks at himself. I guess I have seen better days.
no, there's still so much left. There's, and look at you. You just. I'm sorry that Florian has treated you this way. I'm sorry he's kept you like this, in this state and in this manner, but you are majestic. And as I say that, I would like to play...
Ooh.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for the name right now. Majestic Anthem.
Oh.
As a sense of using bardic inspiration, I can basically give this creature... modified with my charisma, like more HP and just like a general boost, even if it's at max, just temporary hit points. But in the like narrative here, I would like to use that as a way of just boosting this griffin, just making it feel majestic and making it feel powerful, and trying to resonate that it truly is this thing of beauty, this creature that's unlike anything Iska's seen.
So, he listens to your song, and it is a wondrous song. You play this anthem, but because you're Iska, it's not just majestic, it is soaring anthem. It is a anthem that speaks of these giant wings flying over the countryside. Mm-hmm. It speaks of the power of this beast that you barely, if it's standing, your head probably only comes up to where its wing touches its shoulder, and it does seem to react and appreciate you maybe seeing itself through your eyes, in the state that it should be in. And he then looks at you and goes, "So, How much time do we have? It's going to take a while. If you'll give me a hand, Iska Toll.
It would be my honor. And
yeah. So you pretty standard brushing of coat. You realize now that this comb that Dustin gave you is to help preen out the feathers and get them straightened. And you find some soap and water, and Dustin sort of sees you come back out and then go in with this bucket and water and some kind of a brush to scrub with. And he's like, "Well, you've gotten further than anyone else. All your fingers and toes still attached."
oh, I'm set. No, I was unprepared, but we're making some progress.
I applaud you. And he sort of bows his head and takes his tips his sort of little. He's got kind of like a Robin Hood hat. Kind of says, "No one has been able to get through that beast in quite some time." And you head back in and start to help getting Balshirion ready for his party, for the party in 3 days. With that, we will hop over to shopping. So, let's see, who wants to go first? Axel, you want to go first, or Luck, do you want to go first? I'm fine either way.
I'll go first.
Okay. So you, after, give me an investigation check to see how long it takes to,
20.
One second.
Nope.
So it takes about 20 to 30 minutes, but you do finally do track down Tannerhide and go in and you see it's you actually probably could have found it by the smell alone if you've ever tanning is not a pleasant smelling process. And you come up and you do see a human there, and sees you approaching and sort of pulls away from where he's scraping a hide of sort of the gore attached to the inside, and sort of pulls away and sort of can I help you?
Yes. No, where did I put it? As like I'm looking through. As I pull out both notes and I flip them open, it's like, hold on.
Luna will grab the right one.
Okay, and with a little letter, you must be Luck.
Yes, I'm Luck Goldheart. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I got it back over here. Let me. Well, just come around with me. I'll show you what we got.
Okay.
Not a bad sized hide you got there, but got to tell you, pretty rough shape as it came in. Good idea with the salt, but kind of sat in there a little too long, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And but also kind of shrank a little, didn't get a good stretch to it. But overall, and he brings you around, you do see there's this placer hide stretched out now, and has got some of the tanning emulsions on it now to try to get it at least serviceable. Goes, everyone dreams, when they bring in one of these, they think about, think they've got themselves a displacer cloak just like that. But the hide's just a part of it. You got to get that ritual done. That's the serious business. That's like a year paying an artificer to do stuff like that. So. Don't know what your intentions with this. With
it was just respect. It was just respect, really. He put up a good fight. For be honourable to put him up on the cloak.
Well, so are you thinking just a non-magical cloak you want
Yeah.
made out of this? Or are you trying to go for the whole hog here and try to get the fancy item?
Huh? Like, I'm physically confused. I've never
So,
in my days.
and so he sort of sits you down. Okay. So, there's a market for these. You see, this is one of the main components for what's known as a displacer cloak. Your sneaky types are big fans of them. Makes them hard to hit. Just like, do you remember when you were fighting this? You know how you'd think he's one place and he was somewhere else?
Yeah.
You can get that whole thing going again, but the cloak, the hide, that's not the part that's got the magic. It's the soul. It's the spirit of it. So you got to get yourself an artificer who uses the hide to call down the magic, to get it imbued, so that it becomes one of them fancy dancy cloaks. Now, I can't do that. In fact, I know nobody who can do it. There's sometimes some of these caravans, they come through with one of them artificers, but I ain't got that. What I can do, because I can sell it when one comes through, I can buy it from you and just take care of it on my own, or I can get it all prepped for you, and then you can see if you find yourself an artificer, or if you just want it to be displacer leather and just kind of be an exotic thing but not really magical type, then I can just get it ready to be cut into a cloak by a tailor or somebody. What's your thinking?
Well, I'll be honest. I'm not a man of magic or anything really. I respect the beast, and I just wanted it to come with me on the travels. And so I think just having him as a nice cloak to wear on those cold days.
Okay. Well, I can prep it for you. Like I said, it was in kind of bad shape. It'll be about 100 gold pieces to get this ready. It's going to take a good week and a half before it's going to be cured and set.
Oh, I do not.
Now I'll buy it off you for 500 gold.
Oh, I do not. Gold on me. Oh, okay. But, the issues I'm having are massive because I am poor. But it's like, would you take good care of him? Of it?
Well, I'll make sure that it is done up just as fine as can be. Now, someone might buy it as a raw hide, and I can't say what they would do to it, but I'd tell you this. You're paying some premium dollar here, and if someone turns it into one of them artificer cloaks, then I can tell you, those things are serious coin. I've seen, get an artificer for a year, you're talking like 30,000 gold to get that taken care of. So if someone turns it into one of them, I can guarantee you they're going to take good care of it. That's for sure.
Oh my. It's like money. It's like gold. How does it work? But he's only got one real care. Is it going to be respected? It's like, okay, you can have it for 500, was it?
Yeah. And so give me a second here. And he goes back inside, and he actually so are you got more big shopping to do around, or do you want this in individual gold pieces, or I can give you 100 gold piece slats?
Huh?
He holds up, a sack of coins, which is, 500 gold pieces is big and heavy, or he has in his hand 5 small gold bars that basically each one is worth 100 gold pieces each.
Oh,
Is there any exchange rate if we take the bars?
Oh, no. It's just whether or not people have change. Sometimes people don't, if you're out on the road, some people don't carry enough change unless you're buying something worth that much. You know what I mean? It's just convenience. Sometimes, and then we can do any kind of mix here. If you want 200 gold pieces and 3 of these slats or whatever you want, we can do it that way too.
Okay, I think I understand this concept. I'll take 2 slats and 300 gold pieces.
Very good. And so hands you the 2 slats and 300 gold pieces. And he keeps that chit from you that showed you your ownership of it and shakes your hand.
Yep.
I always like to shake on a good deal. You take care. And if you get any more exotic pelts, you bring them back here to tan your hide and we will take care of them for you. Milton Tanner, that's me. Get it?
Thank you very much.
Tanner, tan your hide.
He
He thinks he's very clever.
So, I agree with him.
Extremely clever. I love the name.
Just slow acknowledgement. Not quite. No, just
This is how you make money, people. Without understanding how money works.
who's going to make sure that the gold is put away before we walk out, so we're not
Yeah.
just walking out just like, look at this sack of gold pieces.
Look at all
I
this!
was gonna say you also have a big sack. You got gems with you too, I believe. Whoever has the gem, the
That-
gems.
Yes. So
Yeah,
make
that
sure
was
it's
the
all
other thing I
tucked away
wanted to do.
before
Yeah.
we walked
Yeah.
out.
So
That's the
we'll
other
jump
thing.
from you guys. Now you've done your business there. Do you go in looking for Axel, or just are you have another place stop you're going along the way?
Axel's is old enough to understand how to navigate a city, a town.
Oh yeah, for sure. Just whether or not
yeah,
you're trying to
He's
hook
just
up
never
or
been in one before.
I'll head to the jeweler, hopefully, after which.
okay.
It's so funny. Look and say that now too about Axel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly really
my
relaxed.
opinion would have been different if it was a day ago.
Yep.
Yeah,
it
that's
would've.
why he was relating you to Grom earlier, is because you were acting like that.
So Axel, do me an investigation check. And let's see what you find.
He should do pretty good on this one. Wrong page. It's 14, even with the big modifier. No,
Oh.
not too good.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, I'm with 2 crappy rolls, man, with a +9.
Yeah.
But so after a little bit of looking around, and we'll say it's because you're distracted by all the sights and sounds and smells in here, you do come across a what looks to be a sort of general kind of a general store, similar, basically a Liam's cart, but bigger and more stationary. So a little bit bigger selection of items here.
Yeah, all right. Well, you big enough to pop inside, and the first thing he is looking for is a bound notebook. A reasonably bound notebook, yeah.
So you,
that's the first thing he's looking for, but he has other things on mind as well.
Okay, so there you do see that there is a halfling who seems to be sort of behind a counter. It's interesting. Behind the counter has actually been built up so that he would basically be face to face people, but you can see that it's basically a 3-foot platform all the way around behind the counter, so that he has good sight for his human customers and can sort of, or human scaled customers, etc. And are you just sort of going to wander around? Do you acknowledge him?
Yes. Oh, hi. Can I look around? Do you have notebooks that I can write in, and then maybe some ink?
Oh, yeah. And he walks you around. We got all kinds of different stuff. Come on around. Golly, not Southern accent. That was the other one.
I just imagine him hopping, like walking along the platform and then hopping off and just go.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. It hops down. So he takes you over to a bookcase and goes, we got a little bit of a selection right here. And can't get out of the Southern accent. So he's going to be Southern now.
That works.
We got quite a little selection right here. And there's different books. You said you want an empty one?
Yeah, one I can write them. But you have the other ones that I can read?
Only
when
a
I buy
couple.
them, I can read them.
And he points at a big bookshelf that's only got 2 books in it, and one of them is like modern cookware, which is basically just a book of pots, and then another one is how to make hats.
How he's actually going to like flick through the modern cookrunners. How much is this?
Well, books are kind of hard to come by, but
Yeah.
5 gold. I can part with that for 5 gold. It's been sitting on the shelf. You see, it's been dusty.
Yeah, because I think I know somebody. Well, that's good. I think I know somebody who really like it. So you sort of dust it off. But if I have enough, can I look? What else
Oh,
is
certainly.
there?
And then here are the
Yeah.
blank ones in here. Now that's
Yeah.
just you're basically just paying for the parchment and the cover. So those are only a gold piece. They all have 100 pages in them.
Yeah. They're blue ones with the blue binding,
Yeah,
or is it
there's
just
actually
like plain
several
leather
different.
binding?
There's several different blue ones. There's sort of a real deep midnight blue one. None of them are fancy. I mean, it's sort of just like
No,
canvas cover, canvas cover type idea. There is one that you do notice actually has. It's a book that has sort of oversized flaps on it, so that basically it will sort of make itself into its own sort of waterproof, little bundle with a book inside. But it's still all bound together. It's not like the loose pieces that you had from before that were bound. This is literally bound down an edge with a front and a back, but the back side of it is oversized with soft leather that then can be folded over, and then the whole thing tied up into a nice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
bundle.
He's going to
Well-
okay, can I have this one? And then he'll pick up like a blue one as well, and that one he'll
Yeah.
actually grab.
Well,
too.
the one with the extra binding on it, that's a gold silver.
Oh, okay.
But we'll just keep a tally going. So you're up to like
Yeah.
6. Whatever.
Yeah.
6 gold.
Yeah, he's got these things.
7 gold.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he sort of got a glance around, and I can't remember the components that he needed.
Bells. I know you were looking for bells.
It's like small little bells. I don't know.
He does he goes, well, I've got these, but it's like a cowbell. I'm not.
Yeah.
I've got that. Is that what you're looking for?
Do you have like little, smaller ones?
Like how small are you talking about?
Well, I mean, they could be any size, but he's sort of, it's like the cowbell's so big, and it's like that big, a bit smaller.
You should talk to Phoenicia. She's a tailor, but she does that fancy belly dancing, and she sews little bells onto all of her different the edges of her costumes so that they tinkle.
Actually, no idea, but bells and clothes do they sound small enough? Okay, cool. Can you tell me where she is? And he's still looking for inks as well for another pot.
He pulls out a bottle of ink and goes, 3 silver for ink.
Yep. Yeah. I'll have 1 ink pot. And
Do you need any quills? I'll throw in a quill for another silver.
I have quills, but I'll have another quill. Yeah, yes, please.
Okay, so you're up to 7 gold, 5 silver.
Yeah. And then glancing around, anything that stands out slightly.
Roll me a.
Yeah, because he's still wandering around looking for things, but that's
Yeah, no,
mostly what he wants.
we'll do the caravan.
Yep.
Do the caravan mechanic. So common caravans. Roll me.
No, I
Yes, I
just
have a
read the
spreadsheet
chat.
for everything.
Yeah, no, that's great. I just read the Twitch chat.
Y'all are terrible. Roll me a. Actually, do me a favor. Roll me a. Let's see. That's a. Roll me a d10. Actually, roll me 3 d10.
That's 2d10.
Gotcha.
One more.
Yeah. There we go.
There.
You find a signal whistle, basically that you can blow a whistle. It makes it a fairly loud, like coach's whistle type idea. Actually,
Yeah.
I guess it's not a coach's whistle. It'd be more of just a stick whistle. You find a 7. Ooh. He actually does have a potion of healing. And then you rolled another 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. You notice he has 1 potion quick draw little leg thing, so that like you've seen
Holster?
Luck use. He does have one of those. He has one of the potion quick draw.
Yeah.
Quivers.
Can I? How much is that? Can I have it?
For the potion quick draw, let me just make sure I've got it right. That is 15 gold pieces. 15 gold pieces for the potion quiver.
Yeah. So that's okay.
That'd bring you up to 22 gold, 5 silver.
Okay. Yeah, okay. No, I'll just take the books and the other things. I won't be having that. Yeah.
Okay, so that's
You
7.
can see that he doesn't. Like,
Yeah, 7-5.
He wants all the things. Yeah. Okay. So 7, 5. I got to do maths. Yeah. So yeah. Can you tell me where to? Can you tell me? He pulls out one of his particular, his talon like curved darts. Do you know where I could find more of these or get more of them made?
I'm sorry, bring out which?
The darts he usually uses, which are slightly curved, like claws fashion sort of thing. But yeah, he's basically asking where can I find darts. And
Probably blacksmith would have those. You're gonna find those down in the southern quarter.
Okay, and the woman with the bells.
Phoenicia, yeah, she's just 5 doors up on the left.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. He goes. Yeah, he gets out his because he's got all these pouches, and one of them is his coin pouch, which he will get out and pay out the right amount. Yeah, he can count well enough, so it's fine.
Yep.
And he'll say, "Oh, okay, thank you." Then he walks out with this pile of belongings.
Okay.
And he'll head over to Vinicius, I think it was. Yep.
So yeah, go up to Phoenicia, and yeah, you see a very elegant looking lady who does have wearing sort of long flowing robes that do in fact have little bells that are attached to the hems of her dress and sort of around her waist. And as she sort of walks, she walks in a very flowy type motion. Well, hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm Axel. Hi,
Hi, how are you? Very breathy voice.
Yeah, he pauses for a moment. I never asked his name, and the small halfling. Yeah, halfling. He does know theoretically what a halfling is. Down the other place.
Carl
He said,
Gold down the way.
Yes, Cargold. He told me that. I could I? You have these little bells in your points.
Oh, yes.
Could I have some of those? Could I buy some maybe? Do
Just bells, not any garment attached to.
Yeah, just the bells because I need them for spells.
How many would you be needing? I usually don't sell them individually.
Well, I only really need 2, but if you want, I can have more.
No, that's actually I didn't want to get rid of all of my supply. How about 2? You say?
Just 2, yeah, because I can use them again and again, so that's fine.
I usually pay 5 silver each, so a gold for the 2.
Yeah. That's good. And
She hands you 2 just tiny little, little almost look like sleigh bells.
Yeah. Sort of, he pokes at Tingles. Are they like could they break easy?
And then she does a spin around her thing, and you see that they actually bang up. Her hem bangs up against the counter, and she goes, "No, they're pretty durable." And they still all ring, and you can see that they haven't dented or anything, even though she's basically intentionally spun them into.
Okay.
Into the shelf.
Cool. And that was nice. It sounded really nice. I have a friend who does music. Maybe she might want to see you.
Really?
Yeah. So because that sounds really nice, and she likes taking the small sounds and making like really fancy things out of them. So maybe she might want to hear that.
I dance at the Cloak and Fireball on Thursdays.
What day is it today?
It's Tuesday.
Okay. Well, we might be there. So that'll be good. So maybe we'll see you then, and maybe she'll see you then. So that'd be cool. Thank you. He pays the gold and takes the things.
Great.
Yep.
So, we'll say a couple hours have passed. Iska, you and Balshirian have talked some more, and sort of he's told you a little bit more about his life and about Balthier. Any questions you might have of him, or just how do you pass your time as you're helping him groom? You see his nails have kind of grown back into themselves, so you need to find something to trim his nails with, but you don't have anything right yet. But you're able to basically get his coat unmatted and cleaned. You throw open, there's like 3 more doors that can open up to get some sunlight in here so that you can work. He sort of tips down on one side so you can reach down to his longest of feathers and wings to give you a hand, and certainly is helping you get himself put together. You do know this is not going to be a one-day deal.
Right.
It's a big animal, and just at this point, you're just trying to get him sort of comfortable and maybe a little more in a better state of mind. So, how do you go about with some of that?
Yeah, I think so. Iska at some point wants to ask more about how these events fold out, how they unfold, what's standard here, what goes on at them, just so she has a better idea of what to expect, and maybe she can try to prep her party a little bit more. But on the first day, that seems a little bit too much to ask, so I think she spends most of it working diligently on getting him in a presentable form, occasionally offering the same. It's not inauthentic when she is genuinely wowed, just even seeing his movements are something crazy to her that she's never seen. So it's a lot of probably asking more about him and what him and Florian have done, or what he's been allowed to do. How about that?
He tells you about their childhood and them growing up and soaring over the skies of Balathira, and then of course when finally the big incident happened, when everything was grounded, how it was very difficult for him, and that most all griffins had to basically wear the equivalent of muzzles over their wings to keep them from just instinctually taking off and flying.
Right.
There's a few stories that he tells, but then just about how really that Florian never recovered from at 10 years old having this magical beast basically taken away from him, the skies taken away from him.
Can I
go ahead?
So I know I've been taught a song about how no one is supposed to fly, but I don't know if Iska actually knows the incident.
No, you probably don't. In fact, you might want to. This probably reminds you of it. You might be something you would want to talk with Axel about later on.
Oh, okay.
Axel might have more information.
Okay, and that too seems a little too intense to ask about on the first day. So
right,
I'll stick away
he specifically
from that.
asked you not to say
right.
it.
Okay.
The thing is, you do need to try to take care of his nails, and Balshirian, in fact, even says, "I hate to send you somewhere on an errand, but
no,
there's a
by all means.
blacksmith who lives across the paddocks, who usually has and he sort of brings up his nails. He goes, they're not the easiest to cut.
Sure.
You need a special pair of clippers, so to speak. But Uil probably could help you out. He's across the paddock. Can't miss him. Giant of a man."
Okay. I'll get on right. I'll get on that right away. And
so, if you run across the paddock, it's interesting. You approach and you see a familiar figure there with the blacksmith, or in the blacksmith's chamber, you see Kel is standing there in the blacksmith.
I walk in and I'm looking for this blacksmith, but I'm taken aback that Kel is inside of the city, actually. Like,
this is right on the edge of the city. It is.
Oh, okay,
this
okay.
blacksmith is on the extreme southern edge of the southern court.
I don't. Even that is weird.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's still you in a blacksmith around metal and banging. This could go for it, you guys.
I walk in and I start to call for someone, saying what I need, and see Kel and just lock eyes with Kel. It's, Kel, where you been? What are you doing here, Kel?
Oh, I'm here. I needed to take care of the wagon. I left it hidden in the out of town, and I needed something. I didn't want to burn it, and so. But that wagon needs to be destroyed, and so I was here to get some tools to help me do that.
Well, I'm a bit busy now, Kel, but if I can do anything to help later, and what am I talking about, Kel? I'm here because Florian. There's a griffin in this city, Kel. There's a living, breathing griffin.
What?
Here. It's Florian's, and he's in a bit of a rough shape, but it's beautiful.
What?
He hasn't been taken care of very well. He's been ignored or just mistreated most of his life, but I'm working with him now. I'm speaking with him now, and would you like to come see with me, Kel?
Yes. Yes. Do I see Uhl?
Yeah, Uhl's working on the working at the anvil over by the forge. So
I was just gonna say, Uhl, I'll be back for the tools later. Something has just come up. I've got to go.
So it's interesting, Iska, just because of the way that your line of sight was, you had heard someone working, but you didn't necessarily see anyone because of just the way the chimney and the flue was, and the way that the forge is positioned in here. And you see sort of look around the corner, and you hear this voice of, "And we'll see you later tonight."
Yes.
And
thank you again. Thank you.
Iska, from not 5.5 feet up, from not 6 feet up, not 6.5 feet up, not 7 feet up, from 7.5 feet up, you see the head and face of this elven featured man with tattoos even more intricate than Kel's on his face, is who is speaking to Kel. Dark caramel skin, definitely elven features, but just on this, again, you don't even see the whole body. You just see sort of part of this giant shoulder that's like, and this head sort of poke around and speak, and then go back, disappear back behind sort of the chimney and continue to work. You do notice now that the ceilings are really high in here. You just sort of thought, oh, blacksmith, because they bring wagons in or whatever. But now you're kind of getting more of an idea of what you're starting to notice, that there's a scale difference of normal objects around this place.
I turn to Iska. So which way? Where are we going? Where's the griffin?
I turn back to Kel, just mouth agape and just not responding to that, and just turn back, looking around that corner I saw the head pop out from. And again, just back to Kel, and just...
What?
Do you know him? Is he do you... I have so many questions.
Oh, right. This is where I was staying last night. I'll
Oh.
explain later. But here, come with me. And I lead Iska around the corner into the forge proper. Uul, this is a friend of mine. This is Iska Tol. Iska, this is Uul Golra.
You see before you truly a giant of an elf. 7.5, almost 8 feet tall, with a shaved head, a large black top knot that comes off of his head that goes all the way down, probably to mid waist. You see a shirtless. You see with tattoos covering his chest and arms. More intricate, more sort of primitive and geometric than Kel's. The Maori tattoos of like the Samoans is sort of, in the modern sense of what it looks like. Darker skin, but very elven in proportion and build just on this massive size. And then being a blacksmith as well is just, built guy. You see, as you are watching, he is holding red hot metal and a spear in his bare hand, and you actually even see that it seems that the heat that he's using for this portion of hammering on this spear seems to be emanating hotter from his hand than necessarily from that it would have been placed in the forge and back out. He looks at you and goes, "Nice to meet you, Iskatol." Ooh, did you say the last name? I think, or did both?
I did.
Okay, Iskatol. I look forward to spending time with you later.
She stares in silence for a moment and gives a nod of her head.
And he just goes back to ka-ching.
And again,
It just-
turns back to Kel.
The hammer he's using is like massive compared to what you would have, thought, would have even assumed when you heard the sound and now see what's actually happening.
She's just I think she's like frozen in place. This is such a
It's been a day
out there
for Iska.
it really has. Again, this is just overload.
So, Iska, the Griffin.
Yes, the Griffin. The Griffin. The Griffin. Excuse me. I was sent here by Balshirion for some clippers.
His nails gotten long again. And he pulls down, we all know it'd look like bolt cutters. Big old heavy ones. What's your strength again, Iska?
It's
10.
10.
So
You grab them and are barely able to both hands hold them.
I see this and I go to grab them. My strength is 15.
Yep, you're fine. You head off back towards across the paddock. It's whatever 3-minute walk to get back over there. And do you?
So I'm going to be Iska to Iska. So Iska, tell me, what's a Griffin doing here? How? What? What's
And-
going on?
I explain, that this is Florian's Griffin that he's basically tossed aside. His toy isn't that cool anymore, almost. That this Griffin has been grounded for years and years, that this Griffin has been almost forgotten in a way, except when it needs to be trotted out. And explain to Kel the condition I found this Griffin in and the mindset I found this Griffin in.
Do you actually? This would be a time with seeing Kel's look. You can sing the song or recite it to them, whatever you'd like to do. For what you know of the grounding, because
And Yeah, let me access that real quick. So Iska earlier referred to the song, a song that is just, it's almost like an introductory to like learning music, like very like simple, that a lot of people learn young, which is The Rhyme of the Netherwing Sky, which is no eagle, no hawk, no sparrow nor crow, serpent eyes seeing true, cast always below. To soar or to flit, whether beast, vessel, man, rains down untold doom, spread cross every land. Leathered wings from above proclaim their presence, upon unseen wings to claim each living essence. Clouds claimed his birthright, for soaring, scaled airs, all who hear must heed, death is in the air. Which has been an explanation to why people don't fly or why creatures don't fly, but also that's been some sort of nebulous background thought to Iska for a long time. Again, like it was something she taught or she learned young when she was just learning how to play. It's like an introductory music piece. So
Have I heard this before? Player
You
asking.
have not heard that. Kel has not heard this this song. It's again something that it would be sung as nursery rhymes. You only have the only connection you have is a promise to your mother.
Yes, obviously I make that connection. And I had never had any other explanation other than that request from her.
Nope.
Okay.
So
Okay, so Kel keeps moving, but he kind of pauses for a moment before he goes on, and there's an obviously something's going on in his head. You're not
Yeah.
sure. And then,
so Iska.
but then his face darkens again. You say he was just discarded?
apparently Florian lost interest when he couldn't fly anymore and now hangs on to him out of a sense of obligation of the higher class must have a higher being to display themselves on.
Maybe I will go to that party.
So do you just walk right in with Kel, or do you let Balshirian know that Kel
I
is
definitely
coming?
walk in first.
Okay.
And with the Clippers and explain Balshirian. Oh,
Well,
go ahead.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
say-
yeah, you're right. They're heavy. That's right.
Right, but I mean, you can certainly explain that to Balshirian.
I walk in and explain, Balshirian, I got the Clippers. They're on their way. They're right behind me. I brought a friend who, if you don't mind, is very, very interested in meeting you.
Are they here to gawk? Come see the grounded bird.
No one's here to gawk. They're here to meet you, speak with you, and maybe to learn from you.
You're saying he has the Clippers.
That too. They're quite heavy.
Fine.
I go out, tell Cal we're clear, and invite him in.
I follow Iska in, holding the clippers.
So I won't go through the whole description again, but you see before you this magnificent,
And
exotically colored blue and gold, certainly looking in much better shape than it did this morning, griffin, with extremely long nails. And it sort of takes you on, and it gives you, a wary, predatorial.
I just can't help myself. I just kind of just do a little. And without even thinking about it, I just say, "You're beautiful."
She helped, but I do have a bit of a problem, and you look like you're strong enough to be able to help solve it. And he lifts up one paw, and where you can see that the talons have grown, curled, like anyone who doesn't clip their dogs, around, and sort of it hands out, puts his paw out to you. I would be very appreciative if you could help take care of
Right.
this.
Yes. And I go forward, and I extremely cautiously and carefully proceed to do my utmost to.
And I would, if it's okay, I would let Iska would like to be close by and like maybe have hands like at the ready, like around the claws, like ready to do either like a cure wounds or something if there's any pain.
Oh,
She,
I'll
like, wants-
definitely be doing the same.
Yeah. Well, you're literally, this is bolt cutter, so both your hands are pretty much taken. I mean, this is literally cutting through master locks.
Right. Okay.
On this guy. So yeah, and so you check with him and make sure that you're not doing any pain or weird thing, and you actually kind of price don't just go for a big chunk all at once. Slowly work it back until
Oh, absolutely.
to make sure that you're getting it right. And he is certainly appreciative of the care.
And I want to keep the proper shape, and make sure that they're not blunt, they're sharp. So
Yep. Which he is very appreciative of, for sure. And it goes fairly well without incident. And so, friend of Iska Toll, what name are you known by?
I go by Kel usually, but my name is Calathian. I'm honored to meet you.
Kel it is. I thank you for your assistance. And I can tell you're one with the wild. Understand that everything is what they are and can't necessarily be changed. The Florian, I can tell by your look. He is one that cannot change. And while I wish I could spend more time with him, I am bonded to him. And so I will always protect him and not be so welcoming of anyone who does him ill. Do we understand each other?
Sadly, yes. But know that if I could, I would break your bond in an instant. Because you deserve more. And you deserve better.
We all have our lot in life. In this time round, this is mine. Maybe it'll be different in the next time.
And Kel, and I am. God damn it, I am. But so Kel's going to do the same thing. And wipe his eyes.
Yep. And, so, that's your day with Balshirian. And as you guys leave, he sort of calls to Iska. Iska Toll, will you come back and play me a song again tomorrow?
Bright and early.
And he sort of pads around the now very clean, demucked stall, fresh hay that Iska's put down, and sort of settles down and settles in, sort of nested over in a corner for the night. We had more shopping to do.
Gem store.
Gem store. Just because there's another beat I want to take care of this evening. Let's. I'm gonna say the gem store. You go there, and it seems to be. It seems to be closed.
Okay.
He is left for the day, but could potentially help you on the morrow. Basically, there's a sign on the front that said "Be back tomorrow." So, Iska, Kel, where are you heading? I'm trying to get the party reassembled, just because I want to.
We
need to return the clippers first.
That works because I told you guys about it. You all needed a blacksmith as well.
Yeah, Axel's going to the blacksmith.
So Axel needs a blacksmith. This works. Everyone, by just happen of chance and smart DM planning. Yeah, pro DM.
Yeah,
Planning.
I need some helmet polish.
Yeah,
I'm sure
there
guys
you
will
go.
have that. Perfect.
Polish the helmet? Is that what they're calling it these days?
I was gonna say, you just told us that you need to polish the helmet. Really? That is what you just said. Phrasing.
That was a good.
Y'all get on to me. Polish the helmet. Can't take you guys anywhere. So,
Couldn't help it.
because Axel is, I forget what you were looking for. You were looking for something.
Darts.
Darts. Yes. So Axel looking for darts, and you follow. You guys hook up with each other. He actually had to pass by the gym store, sees you guys not being able to get in, and says, "Hey, we're heading for darts." And you all about the same time. It's about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, and all end up at Uelgora's blacksmith.
So Axel's there with his belongings. He's like, look! I found this, and he will hand Luck the book on pots. I guess it was.
Yes, the modern cooking ware.
Yes, he will hand that to Luck.
He's like, he takes the book and he just smiles back. He's like, "Thank you very much." It's just,
You do notice there do seem to be some basic cooking recipes in here of like a recipe with each pot shows you how to, if you were had never cooked before in your life, of showing you how to cook.
Is it written in recipe form or is it written actually written?
It's written in recipe form.
Okay, so it's
I mean that which you are familiar with, that type of reading, yeah. From your cookbook, you've got the cookbook from your wife.
Yeah, I've got it's written two spoons of that,
right,
of that. So it's no extra boil for this long,
right.
No extra details.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so,
cool.
But yeah,
so you all are kind of outside. You guys, you haven't yet entered the blacksmiths, but are you sort of all of a sudden find all of your, including Celia, all there at the outside the blacksmith shops just by happen chance.
This is a blacksmith. I can tell because it's got a chimney. That's big.
It is a sign.
Yes, the sign.
Yes.
Well,
that's how I know.
I'm glad you're all here. Come in. Iska's already met him, but I would like you to meet someone. And I
of course, yeah.
bring everybody inside.
So you come in, and it seems as though Uel has finished up with his whatever he was working on. And all of you see this enormous man, nearly 7.5 feet tall, dark, caramel-colored skin, and elven features and proportions, but again, just on this massive size. His head is shaved, except for this big, long, black top knot that falls all the way down to his waist. Tattoos, similar to Kel's, as I described for Iska, but more of Maori, almost Samoan type, very primitive, and seem to be capturing elements of nature where most of Kel's are solid. His seem to be open in the middle and then have these ornate natural designs in the middle. And he says, welcome to my home. I believe Kel has invited you here. He sort of looks to Kel.
I hand him the clippers.
Yes, thank you. He hangs them on the wall.
I say, yes, these are my new friends, and thank you for letting me invite them here. And then I turn to everybody else and say, Uil Golra has graciously allowed me to show you something. Last night, we were all talking about our past and getting to know each other better. And so I want to show you part of who I am. And then Kel is suddenly kind of seeming awkward at a loss for words.
So Ulgoy sort of puts his hand on your shoulder and he walks past the party and says, come with me.
Okay, cool.
And he walks sort of back behind the chimney, and you see there's a little alcove there, and there's a wooden door that he slides to the side, and it leads into a small antechamber. And you see him take off his shoes, and he sort of looks at all of you and gestures for you all to do the same. I assume everyone does. You then see another door, and it's almost like parchment. There's a slight glow that's through it. It seems like it's very delicate and with a light wood frame. And he slides it to the side. And what you see beyond, he steps in and sort of steps over to the side, and what all of you all see as his massive form gets out of your way. This room, it's so different from the smithy and from anything you've seen. You almost can't believe it's in this same building. It has smooth beige paneled on the walls that are separated by bamboo columns in between. There is the floor as you step in is covered with like a natural fiber, but instead of it being laid flat like you normally be, it's actually as though it is all vertical and then has been shorn short. So it almost prickles your bare feet as you step onto it. Where you would think there were windows, there's actually these sort of, they open out, but instead of opening outside, they open out into these small sort of alcoves that seem to be lit with indirect light. And throughout and through these windows, you feel this sort of gentle, constant breeze, as though it has captured the breeze off the Dragon Gust plains and sort of funneled and channeled it through this place. There's a large table sitting in the middle that is polished to almost a mirror shine, even though it's made out of wood. There's areas of it where it has been charred, and it's almost like charcoal that has been polished, and other parts that are almost white or a very just a hint of gray, where it almost looks like it is wood that's been frostbitten and then polished altogether. In the center of it, you see a tea set with 8 cups set out around it. as you sort of get your bearings, you look over and you see that Ulgora is facing one of the walls, and just barely from around his shoulder you can see a large piece of gray granite. And where he's placed his hand on it, you can see that frost has formed across the granite itself, as though from his touch has chilled it a little bit. And as he steps aside, you see growing out of the face of this piece of granite a small tree, probably only about 18, maybe 20 inches tall, but it's a tree in miniature. It's like someone had taken a full-size tree and scaled it down. It's like a bonsai tree, even though you as characters, you don't know what that is. But it's growing truly right out of a cleft in the rock itself. And he, as he steps aside, he looks to Kel and just says, I welcome you all to this place.
I turn to, I kind of back up so I can see everybody, and saying to Ulgora, I go along the line. You've already met Iska. I'm not sure how you're lined up, but I'll just
Go for it.
Improvise.
This is Luna Isle. This is Cilia Roloran. This is Luck Goldheart.
Hello.
This is Hidden by Axel.
Hi.
These are the friends I was telling you about last night. That you gave me the reminder of connections. And so then I turn to everybody else. I want to share something with you that is one of my deepest connections in my life. I grew up in the northern forests, raised there with my parents. I have an older brother. I was trained by my mother in the ways of nature. I haven't seen her or any of my family in a while, but we roam. We roam the forests and keep it safe. But in the far northern extreme of the northern part of the land, there is a group of elves called the Sail Sioux, and they live in a very harsh environment where this tree grows. This tree is the Moral Thaw. And there is a very special relationship between the Sail Sioux and the Moral Thaw. The Moral Thaw is a very special tree in that the leaves, when brewed, create a tea that is a staple of the diet and provides incredible nourishment in a very harsh land. But to get the tree to grow is just short of miraculous, because so many different things have to happen just right for it to even germinate, much less sprout and grow and thrive, to produce leaves, to help the people survive. Far somewhere north of there, they're not seen very often, are what commonly known as the Tundra Elves, and I look over to Ulgulra. Ulgulra is one. He has his own story, which I will let him tell if he chooses. My story led me to the village of the Sail Sioux, and to ultimately go through their rite of passage and help grow a tree. It took the better part of 3 years of constant care and attention. And at each stage that I passed, a ritual was performed, and I finally completed it and was granted the full, and I stand up and spread my arms, the full mark of the completion of the moral Pfeffin, the cultivation of the moral Thaw, and indicating my tattoos. There is a ritual with the tea, which we share with friends and family, and I would like to share with you now. Normally, this is done without speech, because everybody knows it. But I will narrate what we're doing so you know what to do and why we're doing it. Because it is symbolic of the life of the tree. If you would all please kneel around the table.
Mm-hmm.
I'm presuming everybody does.
Yeah, Axel doesn't. You can see that he wants to talk, but he doesn't. He's just like
holding our tongues. I think we all are.
He's like yeah. He's very captivated by that though.
Just player, I'm presuming the water and the pot are prepared. You're muted.
Yep, he has everything. Sorry, the
You're still
lawnmower,
muted.
the lawn
Still
group is
muted.
right outside my window.
Still
So
muted.
Still muted.
literally, I have the lawn group right outside my window, so I'm going to mute back in. But yes, everything's prepared.
All right.
Okay. So we begin. I reach and move the teapot to the center of the table. There is one of the leaves of the tree. You can that has been dried, and I held it above the pot with the lid off and drop it into the pot. It drops straight down, so you can tell that it's not like normal leaves. It's denser, so it has some weight to it, and drops in. And I say, as I put the lid on the pot, this is the preparation. During the moral Pfeffin, we have to take a seed and mimic the flight of a bird, because birds were an integral part of the germination of the seed. Seeds would drop from a great height and would crack open because they're dense and hard, and have to be cracked to properly begin to germinate, and then be put in fertile soil. And then I'm narrating again, while this is going on, I'm placing cups in front of everybody so that everyone has one directly in front of them on the table. The tea is actually very powerful and comes to full potency very quickly. So I pick up the pot and I pour, starting at my left and around the table, finishing with myself, so that everyone has, they're not large like teacups. They're more, they're not tiny like a shot glass, but they've got some depth to them, but they're not, they're maybe that big around, not mug size or modern teacup size. So the pouring of the tea symbolizes the successful germination of the seed. And I look at everybody and lift my cup and take just a very small sip, just barely touching it to my lips, and then putting it back down on the table. I'm presuming everybody follows suit.
Yeah, Axel will take a little bit more than a sip, but he'll still be sipping. Yeah.
The tea is harsh. It's a very harsh flavor. Not quite bitter, but on the edge. And is very strong. It's probably not something that you would find at the tea house as something for a brunch. I then put my hand on my cup and I rotate it 180 degrees, so it's just flipped front to back as it faces me. And I say, the turning of the cup symbolizes the next stage in the life of the tree. The seedling has to fall from the height where it began at the top of the cliff and be fortunate enough to land in some kind of cleft or other outcropping where there's enough collected sand or soil or something to give it enough purchase to remain and not fall all the way down. The turning of the cup represents the falling of the plant to its next stage in its life. I then put my hand flat like this, the palm facing down, and place it straight over, touching the top of the cup. Covering the cup symbolizes the turning of the season to winter, because the roots of the Morelthaw tree thrive in the darkness and grow best at night. This symbolizes the darkness of winter and the growing of the roots of the tree through the cold season. I then remove my hand. I lift the cup again and take another very small sip, again just barely touching the cup to my lips. And I put it back down. The second sip symbolizes the successful rooting of the tree. I then put my hand out, turn the cup again back to its original position, in the spring, when the winds come and pick up and blow, because branches have started to grow, it begins to get top heavy, and it uproots itself. And it falls yet again to its final spot, the spot where it will, if all goes well, spend the rest of its life, which is very, very long. I raise the cup, take a third very small sip, same as the others. I hold the cup out and say, this is the symbolizing the growing out of the branches. I then lower the cup to the table, but I do not place it. I raise it again, and I knock back the rest of the tea in one go. And finally, we drink the remainder of the cup, which is still mostly full, to show that the tree is now mature, giving its full benefit and nutrition to the health of the tribe, to the health of the Sail Sioux. I put the cup back down. To complete the ceremony, we bow. And we bow thusly, both palms pressed to the center, here to represent the heart and this trunk of the tree. Palms down to the thighs, flat on each thigh to represent the roots. Arms out to the side, and in continuous motion representing the branches. Bend your elbows, hands pressed to the forehead to represent the maturing of the tree. And we bow to each other. And the ceremony is complete. This is not performed every day because, as you can see, it has deep meaning for every one of the Sail Sioux. It is not the group of people I was born with, but they are the ones where I feel my deepest connection. And I wanted to share this with you. Thank you. And thank you, Ulgolra, for allowing me to do this. And then Kel stands up and does another full formal bow to Ilgolra, and then another one to the tree.
Ulgolra bows back and says, "You have indeed learned the lesson of the Moral Tha. Let these people support and hold you as you find your roots in this, your new home after the fall." Reactions group?
And I'm going to, regardless of what they're doing, I'm going to pour myself another cup of tea just at this point, just as a normal cup.
Yeah. And yeah. Now, he's serious about this is a very acrid tea. I didn't want to interrupt the ceremony with you all like having to do a constitution. Not that you'd puke, but just it's, and I was going to say, Kel, do you want to tell them of some of the, even this, how the Sail Sioux see it, or do you want me to impart some of that?
If you want to, that's fine. I don't think Kel's going to be saying any more right now.
So I mean, for the Sail Sioux, they understand that this tea is very harsh, but for them, it's also a representation of that through harshness comes benefit. And so, for outsiders who drink it, it's not like they're offended that they might not necessarily like it, because for them it is that they just haven't understood yet that of how to how to handle hardship to then get benefit. So your call if you want to have another cup or attempt to have another cup. Obviously, this is very deep and meaningful to Kel. And Uil Golra, while didn't sit in on the main ceremony, he actually now takes the 8th cup and sits down with you at the table to share a cup of moral thaw, of Ka, actually. Ra, which is the name of the actual tea itself.
Same.
Yeah, look with the mind.
Yeah.
Yep. Tea connoisseur and also bonding with Kel. I'm definitely having another cup.
Yeah.
So, and you see, as the teapot empties, they do just a quick brewing of another one without necessarily all the ceremony. It is both can be formally presented or casually so. And whereas you spent the end of your last evening tea up on the terrace, you now in this sort of amazing room that seems completely separate from Sojourn's Crossing, and with this tree, this ancient, where you now realize ancient tree within a chunk of an actual brought in its chunk of mountainside to this place, begin a less formal evening. So feel free to RP out what y'all are doing. I mean, you've also got this tundra elf giant figure in the room as well, who seems to be casually enjoying some tea.
I take a sip of the tea and it's like, that's strong. That is definitely strong. Strong like my muscles. Sad. But
Axe was like, for the whole time after he's drunk it,
yeah.
it's sitting weird on his tongue that he finishes the cup and then doesn't really get more. But it's like that's like really really good. I don't know, because I didn't write down the other stories. He looks at the other ones because he didn't write down the stories from last night. He sort of he didn't write them down, even though he wanted to. He looks to Cal and then looks to I'm sorry, I can't remember how to pronounce his name.
Uil Golra, and he actually says, "You may call me Uil. I understand it does not roll off the tongue for."
Can I write down the story or the ceremony or should? Do you not want me to do that?
No, it is fine. It has been catalogued before. This is not a secret, just not a path many choose.
He sort of looks to Kel because it's more the personal nature of the thing that he's not sure about. He glances at Kel to see if Kel's going to just give him a nod or a shake of his head.
No, that's fine. It's as he said. It's not a secret. It's just not a path that is taken by many.
It sounds like I couldn't do that because you know me. I jump around and I couldn't do that. No, but I mean it sounds amazing, and he's got one of his new books out. He's got the new quill and new ink, and he's already writing. Yep. He's cataloging. So it's not just the ritual. It's actually how he's noticed that they interact and sort of some of the expressions and stuff. It's very much just like, this is it's very, very personal to him in that, he is writing down, his experience with this family to him, and it's, he tried to capture that in his writing, but it's rather clinical, but he's still Axel doing that. And, and it's what he spends time in. He probably ends up tangenting eventually onto just asking all the questions and writing them all down unless someone interrupts and has a normal conversation.
Iska, Luna, Luck.
Iska's this is like I said, overstimulation earlier. So it's just convenient that this is all hitting Iska at this point while there's tea involved. So this is that happy, quiet moment of Iska recovering from everything.
Probably one of the most peaceful places that you found. I mean, it's very feng shui. It definitely. I mean, while your characters went over, it has this very Oriental, Far Eastern vibe to it. Even though Uel looks almost completely out of place with all these delicate sort of things around him, but
excuse my rudeness, or if it is, but you are quite the build, as I say.
Yes, it is the way of my people. Very few come south when they leave our village. Most go north onto the tundras to live off the land there, but I decided to come to the south. Something drew me here. Nearly 100 years ago.
Did you ever find it?
I found my place, which seems to be what is important. Find your roots. Understand that they aren't necessarily a geographic place, but a place that becomes home.
I hope you understand why I couldn't stay in the inn after seeing here. I couldn't. There's that just, it feels so wrong to me. It's difficult enough for me being in this town.
Completely understandable.
And Kel, you know that you'll always have home with us, regardless of when or where. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm beginning to know that.
Taking root after a fall is never quick, but the moral thaw is very special in that way. You see, when it falls, its roots are no longer bound. It is fully reliant on what organisms it finds in its final resting place. Its branches must hold on to the lichens and the grasses and the mosses, and it incorporates those organisms into itself, taking them on as it reroots and finds its bearings. And then that whole group becomes like one organism. The tree you see there is not replanted, or to uproot Morothar's to kill it, because you must take the entire organism. And you now see that where you thought it was just the tree growing, you do see, or that it was just ornamentation around it, you see that there are lichens growing on the rock, that there are mosses that are there as well. There are small grasses that are growing out of the little crevice as well. Once Moral Thaw is rerouted, it then protects those that held it in place, and they work together as one organism, a gestalt, together. I had to bring the whole rock face with me in order to bring this tree. I thought I needed to have an anchor back to my home, but what it really has taught me is that my roots can't reach all the way back there, just like the Moral Thaw's roots can't reach back to the sandy soil it grew in. What's important is staying with those organisms, those other plants that held you when you were at your most vulnerable. You all can learn the lesson of the Moral Thaw. You don't have to have gone through the Moral Theffin. But, he looks at Kel, it certainly helps. You kind of see where Kel gets his dry humor.
Kel chuckles and takes another sip of tea.
Yeah, this is probably the most at ease y'all have seen Kel. I would say, yes, Danny? In a while.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe even since you've met him.
Yeah, because I'm not having to be on guard, and I'm in a safe, protected place that is completely in tune with who I am.
Just because I want to do one final thing before we wrap, because we're at 4 o'clock. So we'll say the evening goes on. Stories are told. If we want to delve more into some more of those conversations next time. But you guys eventually head back to the Cloak and Fireball. And after they leave, Will looks to Kel as Kel seems to be getting ready to settle in for the night and goes... He looks at you and sort of puts both of his hands on his shoulder and says, "You have found your final home. Hold on to them." And he looks deep into Kel's eyes and goes, "There is an ancient legend among our people that in a time of strife and unbalance," and he sort of seems to kind of look, kind of when you're thinking and trying to translate something, he's trying to translate something out of his language, and you see him almost recite now, "Nature will find a person to carry, to grow, to cultivate." There is not a single word, but to cultivate maybe the seed and protect its children. He who walks with the trees as their brother. And he hands Kel a Moral Thaw seed and speaks to him from his heart. "I don't know if you are that person, but like the Moral Thaw, many seeds must be sown for even one to sprout. Take this," and he closes your hand over top of it, "and remember that every seed is a child of nature and are given as a gift directly from nature itself to protect and nourish the creatures of the world. Protect this seed and perhaps one day it may protect you. And he leaves you in the sanctuary of the room and heads out for the night.
I will put the seed with the pouch where I keep my own dried leaves. Since that's the safest place I can think to put it, since that's one of the most protected things that I have.
Okay. And with that, we'll wrap up the session for the day.
Quick
you,
note:
guys.
nobody actually knows Luna's last name. She has not mentioned it.
Oh, whoops.
No.
It's okay. It's not that
Oh,
big of a deal.
I'm sorry. It was.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm very sorry.
Uh,
I knew it,
You do.
Easy
and I didn't
retcon.
remember that Kel didn't.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Okay.
No worries. Anyway,
Keep moving.
So, hope you guys enjoyed the session. Thanks, viewers, for chiming in. I know it was another long narrative session, but we had a lot of things to sort of cover and start getting planning for the party that's coming up. I wanted to bring in Balshirian, definitely wanted Kel to be able to share his experience from the last session where the players weren't able to listen in. So, guys, if you want to go back and actually listen
we can listen into that now.
to that now,
Oh,
you
okay.
can, because
Yeah.
that's where he was discovering that Ulgora was here in town, which was quite a scene. I actually want to highlight it. I didn't highlight it last week because I didn't want it to be out there when you guys hadn't heard it yet. But so I will say this. Danny Tunarth wrote that whole ceremony himself. I gave him just some of the points about the tree and some of the details to help him with his backstory, but came up with all of those symbolism and connection, and I think it was awesome. Thank you so much, Danny. I think you did an awesome job. It was great. So, why don't we just start with Danny, and let's go around the room and say what you thought of the session and where we can find you, hooks and plugs, and wrap it up for the day.
Well, same as I said at the top, I'm Tunarth in chat. I'm Colin65 on Twitter, although I pretty much don't say much but retweet this. I'm here for this on Saturdays at noon Eastern. I'm up early so I can be here for Dungeons and Coffees at 8 a.m. Eastern Sunday mornings. I am having such an amazing time in this world, and I'm loving every second of it. And, so thank all of you for bringing it to life for me to be a part of. Next.
Thank you, man. And let's go to Good Guy Pie.
That would be me. Hello, I'm Good Guy Pie. I play Luke Goldheart, the Blood Hunter from Elevation Pit, but you know what? He may be from Elevation Pit, but he has his fam. He has another family by. He has a family. But this was amazing. I'm just gonna say it now. That was bloody beautiful. And tomorrow, I'm gonna be awake tomorrow. I've got my opinions on this, and I'm going to express them in the fullest. But of course, you can find me over on Twitch. Pretty much, just I'm scattered far and wide across the Twitch universe, famous in many chats, so and famous just in general, really.
Oh yeah, I mean it's the big deal himself.
The Good
Our
Guy
own
Pie.
personal big
Yeah,
deal.
yeah.
The Good Guy Pie.
Yeah.
I mean he's good.
Even
He's
Trains
pie.
me.
What more could you ask for?
Yeah. Even Changing TV.
I was gonna say there was like
sorry.
Good Guy Pie Day, just a few days ago, right?
Yeah. But you can find me also on Twitter at TooGood2Guy, which I am one follower away from giving the old announcement of the competition of entering in, and I'll be doing one free art commission of a bust of a character or some sort of character you have in mind that you want drawn up. And as soon as I hit that spoiler, the announcement will be going out, and I'll be gathering in some, entries, and we'll see who wins on that. Because I feel like I'm up to a standard where I can actually start doing some free art for people, as it were. So
Awesome.
that's that announcement, and of course, find me here every Saturday on the Vice, playing this narratively beautiful game. I got a helmet as well now, so I'm happy. And of course Sundays on Coffee Talk, where I've got opinions to share. Oh, I do.
Yeah, he's never been accused of not having something to say. So
Yeah.
on that note, because we're running late, let's move over to Luna. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Quickly.
Hey, I am known as NNG98 on Twitter and NNG9 on Twitch. I live tweet things. I'll play Horizon Zero Dawn later today, a couple hours. And also, I'm in another D&D campaign, the Terra campaign. The YouTube link to that is posted in chat. Obviously, I had a really good time this week. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm still all for the narrative sessions. And again, Resident Pun Master, so you want the puns, I gotcha.
And let's go to Bird vs. Plane.
Hey guys, I am Bird vs. Plane. I love this campaign a whole lot. This was a really cool session. We'll discuss it more in length, but man, it's cool to have stuff like this. I am occasionally a Twitch streamer. I run 2 podcasts, Six Sided Diaries, an actual play Pathfinder podcast, and The Good, the Bad, the Issue, a weekly comic book podcast. Find me here every Saturday and Sunday. Please stop by tomorrow to not only talk about this episode, but talk about general D&D stuff. That's a really fun time. We've had really good crowds lately too. It's been fun.
Crazy busy. And last but not least, Templar Warden.
Yo, I am Templar Warden. I played Hidden by Axel, the Tabaxi wizard. As you saw, excitable, friendly, always wanting to know something new and something, write something down, record something, discover something. I'm Templar Warden. I'm Templar Warden here on Twitch. I don't stream, really. I'm also Rainer Templar on Twitter, and you can, not always in the Encounter Roleplay chat, but I am Templar Warden there in the Encounter Roleplay. I am currently an admin on the Encounter Roleplay Tavern, so you can go Counter Roleplay, go find the tavern through there, or Google search it. I'm an admin there if you want to be involved in some either the chatting or the text-based roleplay there as well. Nothing like this, but still good fun.
Awesome. I'm Tall Squall. You can find me here on the Vice, and tomorrow morning on Dungeons and Coffees. It is going to be a short Dungeons and Coffees tomorrow because I've got some people in town, and we have got to head out probably around 9:30. But from 8 until 9:30 Eastern, we will be here daylight time. And thanks for tuning in. Until next time, gather your friends together and tell a story, because that's what's important and what it's all about. Good night, everyone.
Hello.